Hi friends, this is Bakappa. Welcome to Cypress full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the Cypress full course. You can Google it with Bakappa and GitHub. And here you can go to the testers talk, Bakappa and GitHub, and our repositories. And here search with Cypress. And you will get the Cypress tutorial full course. Go inside that particular repository. And here you can simply click on the code. And by using this URI, you can get the whole repository code in your local machine. Hi friends, this is Bakappa. In this Cypress tutorial full course, chapter 1, we will see how to get started with the Cypress. So we will understand what is Cypress, what are the advantages of using Cypress, what are the limitations of Cypress tool, and we will see what is the difference between Cypress and Selenium WebDriver, and then we will see what are the softwares required to get started with the Cypress, and then we will see how to install the Cypress automation framework in your machine. Next, we are going to see Cypress folder structure, and then we will see scaffold examples. So that is nothing but, so Cypress has provided the set of example codes how you can perform the actions in the web pages. And next we will see about the test runner, how to open the test runner and how to run the Cypress automation test. And next we are going to see Cypress Studio, where you can record the test and you can replay the automation test. And then we will see how to create the first Cypress automation test. Then we will see how to create the logs in the Cypress automation test. Then we are going to see how to run the Cypress test in the different browsers. And then we are going to see how to run the Cypress test in the headless mode. Then finally we are going to see how to stop the Cypress automation rerun. In this getting started with Cypress tutorial, we are going to see what is Cypress, what are the advantages of using Cypress, and what are the limitations of Cypress tool. Let's get started with the understanding what is Cypress tool. Cypress is an open source tool and also it's a paid automation testing tool. So there are some features which are disabled in the open source and complete product is available in the paid tool. Cypress is built by using the JavaScript programming language to test the modern web applications. So here modern web application is nothing but React.js applications, AngularJS applications, and JavaScript based applications. And by using the Cypress, you can test the APIs as well. Cypress is widely used by the developers and as well as the testers. And by using the Cypress, you can perform the end-to-end testing, component testing, and unit testing. So Cypress is completely different than Selenium WebDriver. So here Cypress is a tool, Selenium WebDriver is a API. By using Cypress, you can create test faster, easier, and more reliable test can be created by using the Cypress. Now let's see what are the advantages of using the Cypress. The first advantage is easy to use. You can quickly write your test, run your test, and also you can debug your test by using the Cypress tool. And next advantage of Cypress tool is speed and faster. So whenever you execute any test in the Cypress tool, so it will quickly perform the test execution. And when you perform the same test execution by using the Selenium WebDriver, it will take the lot of time. And coming to the third advantage of using the Cypress is cross-browser testing. In the sense, both developer or testers can perform the testing across the different browsers. So it can be Chrome browser, Edge browser, or Firefox browser, or even it can be the Electron browser. And next advantage is it is a open source. So you will get the community support whenever you get stuck in the real-time project. Basically, re, when you started working on the real-time project, if you got stuck, you will get the community support for this particular Cypress tool. And next advantage of Cypress is time travel. So while running the test, you'll be finding the each and every step time took for the test execution. In the sense, for example, we have a one test that has a 5 steps. So basically, it will list down all the time by stepwise. For example, step 1, how long it took for execution. Step 2, how long it took for execution. So like that, it will maintain all the time travel between the each step in a single test. So by using that, you can get to know how long my particular step is taking for test execution or a step execution, right? And also you can find the screenshot by the at a step level, sorry. And coming to the next advantage of Cypress is debuggability. So you will be finding the more readable errors, and also it will add the stack trace information quickly. So after the execution of within few milliseconds, you will find all the stack trace information and also user readable error information. And coming to the next advantage of using the Cypress is automatic waiting. So no need to write any implicit wait, explicit wait, what you write it in the Selenium, right? So no need to provide any type of waits here. So Cypress automatically takes care of waiting mechanism already. So that mechanism is already available in the Cypress tool. And the last advantage of using the Cypress is it captures the screenshot at each step level, and also it will record the test execution video also. That's another advantage of using the Cypress tool. Now let's look at the what are the disadvantages of using the Cypress or limitations of Cypress tool. The very first limitation is Cypress cannot use more than one browser at the same time. Say for example, I want to run my test first time in the Chrome browser, second time in the Electron browser. So I cannot perform that particular functionality by using the Cypress. So this is the first disadvantage of using the Cypress. Second disadvantage is it does not provide the support for multi-tabs. For example, in my application, I want to open 3-4 tabs. So that support is not provided by using the Cypress. The third disadvantage is Cypress only supports for the JavaScript programming language. It will never support for the Python, Java, or the C#.NET, etc. etc. So that's the third disadvantage of using the Cypress. Coming to the next disadvantage, Cypress does not support for the mobile app testing and as well as the desktop application testing. So that's the fourth disadvantage. Moving on to the next one, Cypress supported for the limited number of browsers. For example, I want to execute my test on the Opera or Safari browser. So Cypress will not support for the Opera or Safari browser. So that's another disadvantage of using the Cypress. And the last limitation of Cypress is, for example, if I want to use Xpath, I need to add the external plugin to use the Xpath in the Cypress tool. Now I will start discussing about what is the difference between Cypress and Selenium WebDriver. So let's see the first difference, that is the first feature, programming language. In case of Cypress, it supports for only JavaScript programming language. Coming to the Selenium WebDriver, it supports for variety of programming language. So it can be Java, Python, C#.NET, Ruby, etc. And the second difference is browser. In case of Cypress, it supports for Chrome, Edge, Firefox, and Electron browsers. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, it supports for the additional browsers such as Opera and Safari. And also it supports for the Chrome, Edge, and the Firefox. And moving on to the third difference, that is a framework. In case of Cypress, it uses only the Mocha framework, that's a JavaScript test framework. And in case of Selenium WebDriver, so it supports for the JUnit testing framework, TestNG, and Cucumber frameworks. And moving on to the next difference, setup wise. In case of Cypress, it is very easy. You can set up the automation framework, that's a Cypress, within few minutes. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, it is a bit complex. You need to add the Maven dependency which is required. So you need to create a project. So all the things are a bit complex here in case of Selenium WebDriver. And next difference is documentation and community support. So Cypress is rapidly growing. That means the documentation and as well as the community support for the Cypress tool. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, so Selenium WebDriver is a bit old, and this particular library is used across the globe. And the sixth difference is users. So Cypress tool can be used by the testers and as well as the developers. So developer can perform the unit testing. They can test, for example, some function has to return something, so that can be reproduced by passing the data, or some server has to return some data, so that tweak can be done by using the Cypress tool. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, that is not possible. So Selenium WebDriver is designed in such a way that it supports for only the testing team or the testers to test the application. And seventh difference between the Cypress and Selenium WebDriver is open source. Cypress is an open source tool and as well as the paid automation testing tool. But Selenium WebDriver is completely open source tool. And the eighth difference between the Cypress and Selenium is mobile app testing. In case of Cypress, it is not possible. So Cypress will not support for mobile app testing. But in case of Selenium, so it supports for the mobile app testing by using the third-party tool that is called Appium. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see what are the softwares required for the entire Cypress full course. The first one is you need to install the nodejs, and second software is Visual Studio Code you need to install in your machine. So let's see how to download and install the nodejs in your system. You can go to the google.com and simply type nodejs download. And here you can go to the nodejs official website. That's the first link. And here you will find the .msi file for the Windows based systems, and you will find the .exe file for the Mac system as well. So based on your system, so in my case it's a 64-bit system, so that's the reason I have downloaded 64-bit .msi file. And if your system is 32-bit, simply click on 32-bit, it will download you the .msi. Sorry, for the Mac system, you will get the .package. So by using that, you can install the nodejs in your system. So let's see how to install the nodejs. So when you click on this particular 64-bit or 32-bit, or even, let me pass, in my case, I have already downloaded this particular version, that is 18.17.1. So based on your operating system, you can download the nodejs based on the Windows and based on the Mac. Once you downloaded the nodejs, you will get the file like this for the Windows users. Simply double click on this particular .exe file, and after clicking on .exe file, you will get the window like this. Simply click on next and next, and before that you need to accept this terms and conditions, and simply click on the next. So steps are very easy and straightforward, and click on next. Again click on the next button, and here you need to click on the install button, and it will install all the required packages in your system. And finally you can click on the finish button. Once the installation is completed, you can validate node is installed in your system or not by going to the cmd and simply type node space -v. So if node is installed in your system successfully, you will get the node version. So in my case, I have installed the latest version, that is 18.17.1, and this is how you can download and install the nodejs in your system. And also this is how you can validate whether node is installed in your machine or not. Now let's see how to download and install the VS Code. You can go to the google.com here, and here search for the VS Code download, and here you can go to the Visual Studio Code official website, and based on the operating system you will find the downloadable files. So if your system is Windows, you can click on this Windows, and if your system is Mac, click on this particular Mac. So in my case, I'm using the Windows system. I have downloaded this particular Windows file. So for this installation also, so you will get the file like this for VS Code in the Windows for the Windows users. So simply you need to double click on this particular .exe file. So make sure that you have connected to the internet, and it will download respective files. So steps are very easy and straightforward, and you can go ahead and install the VS Code. And once the installation is completed, you will get the Visual Studio Code like this when you type a Visual Studio Code in your start. So simply click on this particular Visual Studio Code. So it will opens the windows like this. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to install Cypress Automation Framework, or how to set up Cypress Automation Framework in your system. The first step is you need to enter this particular command npm followed by install cypress space hyphen hyphen save hyphen dev. So by using this command, you can install the Cypress. To open the test runner, you need to enter this particular command. That is a step 2. You need to enter npm run cypress open. So let's install the first Cypress, and then later we will open the test runner. So I will go to the one folder where I want to install the Cypress, and simply you can do the cd command. So here I'll open the command prompt, and here I will enter the command. So npm followed by install cypress space hyphen hyphen save hyphen dev. So this command will install the Cypress in your system. So it will take a couple of seconds to install the Cypress. So based on your internet connection, so if your internet connection is faster, it will install the Cypress in your system very faster. Otherwise, it will take little time. So meanwhile, let's go back to the document. So it will take a couple of seconds to install the Cypress. Basically, it is going to create the one folder called node underscore models, and also it is going to create the, so if you look at here, so it is created the node underscore models folder, and also it is going to create the another two JSON files. One is package JSON file, and another one is package -log JSON file. And if you look at here, so it has created the node underscore models folder, and also it is created the package and package -log JSON file. So inside the package JSON file, you can specify the packages. Now we have installed the Cypress, and let's open the test runner by using the npm run cypress open. So directly you cannot use this particular command. Before that, you need to add the one property in the package JSON file. So if I enter this particular command, I will get the error. So let me enter this particular command npm run cypress open, and it will throw the error missing script. So we need to add this particular property inside the package JSON file. So let's add this particular property. So I will open this package JSON file in the Notepad++. So simply copy this particular JSON object and paste it. So you need to specify the name of this JSON object as scripts, and here you need to add the property as Cypress open, and in the similar way you need to add the respective value as Cypress space open. So that's it. So once you added Cypress open and Cypress open as the value, simply close the package JSON file. Now let's run the same command now. So this will open the test runner. So now it is invoking the npm run Cypress open command. So previously it was throwing the error missing property as Cypress open. So now it is trying to open the Cypress Test Runner. So right now in the taskbar, we don't have the Cypress Test Runner. So it will take some time. So if you see here, so here we have to select. So based on your demand or based on your need, you can select component testing or end-to-end testing. So we are going to select the E2E testing. So this particular window got stuck. So let's wait for a few seconds. Yeah, after selecting the E2E, so here you need to select the second option, that is Cypress/support e2e.js. Simply select this second option and click on continue. So previously we had only node underscore models folder package and package hyphen log JSON file. So when you selected this particular option, that's E2E testing, so it has created a Cypress folder and as well as the Cypress configuration file. Now let's go to the test runner. So here you need to select the browser where you want to execute your test cases. So in my case, I'm going to select the Edge and click on the start E2E testing in Edge. So if you look at here, so it has opened the Edge browser where you'll be seeing all your JS files if you have already created it. So in our case, so as I mentioned in this agenda, so firstly we have seen how to set up the Cypress in your local machine, and I have already mentioned scaffold examples. So scaffold examples are nothing but there are several examples which is provided by the Cypress. You can go through all the code and understand how the comments are written or how the comments are using to perform the actions on the web page. So let's go to our browser now. So this is a test runner basically, and here we are going to select the scaffold example specs. Next time we are going to create the new spec file, but this time we are selecting the scaffold example specs. Select this particular option, and if you see here, it has lots of JS files, JavaScript files. Let's click on the OK. I got it. And after that, so simply you can click on the any of the file. So if I click on to do, so simply it will start executing all the tests which are there inside that to do.cy.js file. So your tests are loading. So that means it is going to load all the tests which are there inside the to do.cy.js file. So let's wait for a couple of seconds, and already it is started the execution. So this is where you can see all the JS files on the left side, and on the right side you will be seeing the browser. So it is executing each and every step. On the right side you will be seeing the execution as well. So simply click on this specs. So this will list down all the JS files. That is nothing but your automation test. For example, if I want to execute actions, simply click on this actions. So it is started executing the actions JavaScript file, which has a number of tests. And if you see on the right side, so this is a web browser. It is performing all the actions, right? And also you can click on the any of the test, and it will list down all the steps. What are the steps it is getting executed? And if I click on the, let's say, clear, So it is before it is launching this particular URL, and in between it is performing all these actions. Then finally it is going to execute next test. So before, it is not going to close the web browser, guys. So it is going to execute in the same browser all the test. So this particular JS file has the n number of tests, and it is getting executed one by one all the test cases. And if you see here, you can see the check mark. So that is nothing but all these tests are executed just now. So when you click on the .js file. So these are the simple examples, guys. So you can go ahead and explore all these examples. And let's go to the VS Code, and we will open this particular folder in the VS Code, and let's explore what are the commands they have written, and what are the folder structure of the Cypress tool. So far you have seen how to install Cypress and how to open Cypress Test Runner. In this test runner, so here each .cy.js file is nothing but the one test suite. For example, if you have created 10.cy.js file, that is nothing but you have created a 10 suite file where each suite contains the n number of automation tests. Now let's explore the Cypress folder structure. So simply I will go to the VS Code. You can open your Visual Studio Code and go to the file and click on open folder. So here we are opening the folder where we have installed the Cypress. So simply I'll go to the Cypress full course folder, and here I will select the Cypress full course 1. So this is where I have installed the Cypress in my system. And if you see here, it has the Cypress folder and followed by that node models, that is a node underscore models folder, Cypress configuration and package file. So let's explore the Cypress folder. Inside this Cypress folder, we are having the again 3 folders. One is E2E, fixtures and support. Inside the E2E folder, you can write your automation test. That's a Cypress automation test where you can create the .js file and you can create your one test suite. And coming to the fixture folders, that's the fixtures folders where you can add the test data file. For example, I want to read the test data from the CSV file or Excel file. So those test data can be added inside the fixtures folder. Coming to the next folder, that is a support folder. So it has two JavaScript files, that's a .js file. One is commands.js file where you can override the existing commands, Cypress commands, or you can write your custom commands to perform the actions on the web page. And we have another JS file, that is a JavaScript file, e2e.js file. So whatever the code you have written in this particular JS file, so this code will be loaded before running any of your Cypress automation test. And this particular node underscore models, it contains the all the utils, JavaScript files, plugins. So all the required softwares for the Cypress are kept under the node underscore models folder. Coming to the cypress.config file where you can specify all your configurations for the Cypress so that it will execute your automation test with the specific configurations. And we have the package JSON file where you can specify your all the packages which is required for the Cypress and automation test. So far you have seen how to install Cypress and how to open the Cypress Test Runner. And also I have discussed folder structure of the Cypress automation framework. So if you go inside the E2E folder, so there is a getting started where it has all the basic examples of the Cypress commands. So inside the advanced examples, it has all the advanced level commands are used. Say for example, if you want to assert something, so there is the assertions.cy.js file. And if you want to play with cookies data, so there is another .js file, that is a JavaScript file. So you can explore all this stuff. But before we go ahead and move on to the next topic, let me give you a overview on about the one .cy.js file. So if you look at this particular todo.cy.js file, so we have started writing with the describe here. So describe is nothing but the test suite, and here you can add the test suite name, and followed by that you'll be finding the it block. So it block is nothing but the one automation test. For example, if I have added 5 it blocks like this, that is nothing but we have created a 5 automation test. So that's how it is. So in this Cypress tutorial, we are going to discuss about the Cypress Studio, where you can record and play back the automation test by using the Cypress Studio. So in my case, already I have cloned, in the sense I have already installed the Cypress in this particular folder, Cypress full course 2. And here, just now I have installed it, Cypress, and now I will run the Cypress. So basically I will open the test runner. So here I'll say npm run followed by Cypress colon, I'll say open. So let's create the configuration file and Cypress folder inside this particular Cypress full course 2 folder, so that we can record and play back the automation test by using the Cypress Studio. And if you look at here, so already Cypress window is opened and it is loading a bit slowly. And here you need to select the end-to-end testing. So that's a E2E testing, and it will take few seconds to load. And here you can select the second option, that is a Cypress support e2e.js, and then click on continue button. And here you can select whichever the browser you like it. In my case, I'm selecting the Edge browser. Then I will say here start end-to-end testing in Edge. So now you'll be seeing that Cypress folder got created, and also cypress.config file is created after selecting the browser, all the stuff. Now I will go to the browser now. So this is our test runner basically. So it is loading, so it is taking some time. So previously we have created spec file by using the scaffold example specs. So this time we are going to create a new spec file. Here you can click on the create new spec, and here we can specify the file name. So here I'll say record and play test. So that's it. Simply click on create spec. So this by default it is going to add this particular template. So here you can say okay, run the spec. So that's not an issue. So it is going to load this particular JavaScript file, and also it will start executing the tests which are there inside this particular JavaScript file. So right now we have not added any commands. So by default it has only one, go to the particular URL. So it has executed that particular command. Now simply I will close this particular browser and Cypress Test Runner also. Now what you need to do is, so let me open this particular folder in the VS Code. So here I'll go to the file and open folder. So this is where we have installed the Cypress. I will select the Cypress full course 2, and that's it guys. And if you look at here under the Cypress E2E, so there is a .cy.js file created. So this particular name what we have provided while we are creating the Cypress configurations, right? So we are going to delete this particular line. So we are keeping this particular test as a empty as of now. So as I said just now, so describe keyword is used to create the test suite. So here let's add the test suite name as record and play suite, and then you can add the test name as test1. So by using the it block we can add n number of automation tests. So right now we are having only one automation test. If I have added 2 it blocks like this, that will be a 2 automation test. So save it. That's it guys. and I'll come back to the document. So what you need to do is to enable the record and playback feature in the Cypress by using the Cypress Studio, you need to add this particular flag or the attribute in the file called cypress.configurations. Inside this particular file, you need to add this particular flag called experimental studio true. So you need to pass this particular flag. You need to set this particular parameter value as a true, and that's it. So that is the only one change you need to do to enable the Cypress Studio in the while you are testing with the Cypress. So that's it, guys. Let's save this particular cypress.config.js file. And now once again I will open my test runner. And it is started loading the Cypress window. So here we have to select the type of testing, and then we have to select the browser. So that will open the browser with the test runner. And if you see here, so in this particular folder, right? So this is where we have installed the Cypress. Inside this particular folder, currently we are having only one JS file created. So that is the record and play test. Simply click on this particular test. So right now it has no commands, right? So now let's record a test. So the scenario would be, so simply I will go to the youtube.com. So we are going to open the youtube.com, and then we are going to search for the testers talk. Then I will click on the channel, and here I will scroll down a little bit down. Then I will click on the JavaScript by testers talk. Yeah, this is the scenario, guys, what we are going to record it from the Cypress tool. So I will go back to the Cypress tool. So this is an empty test what we have created. So this is our test suite name, and this is our JS file. If you look at the test, this particular test, if you go right side, so there is a one icon. You can say add commands to test. Simply click on this icon, and here we have to provide the URL, which URL you want to open it. So let's copy this particular URL, and I will enter the URL here. Then click on continue. So it is going to load this particular youtube.com, and then here we are searching for the tester stock. Then we are going to we are going to click on the search icon, and then I will go to the tester stock channel, and here I will scroll a little bit. Then I will click on the JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it, guys. So this is a scenario what we have recorded, and you will see the two save buttons here. On the right side top, you will see the save button on one here, and another save button you can see here, save commands. So let's use the save button which is there on the right side top. Simply click on the save. So it is going to save this particular test, and also it is going to rerun the scenario what we have automated by using the Cypress Studio record and playback option. So it has opened the youtube.com, and it is searching for the tester stock channel, and it's going to, and finally it is clicking on the it is clicking on the JavaScript by tester stock playlist. So that's it, guys. And if you look at the test also, so our test is passing, right? So if you see the check mark over here, so our test is passing successfully. So let's add the another test. You can go over inside, you can go over the you can go over this particular suite. If you move right side, so here you will see the icon called add new test. So let's add the new test this time. And this time what we are doing is simply we will be opening the youtube.com, where we are searching for the JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it, guys. And after that, we are going to end the test. So here I'm entering the URL, and after going to the youtube.com. So previously we were searching for tester stock, and this time we are searching for the JavaScript by testers stock. So that's it, guys. Simply I will click on this search icon. So this is our test. So previously we have used this particular save button, which is there in the right side. So this time I'm using the another save button, that is a save commands button. So simply I will click on save commands, and here we have to provide the test name. So here I'll say JavaScript by tester stock. You can give any name to this particular test and click on save. We have saved the test right now, and it is going to rerun the whole JS file, so which has the total 2 tests as of now. So it is executing the very first test, that is a test 1, and which is searching for the tester stock, and it is going to click on the JavaScript by tester stock playlist. So that's it, guys. If you look at here, so it is started executing the second test. So it has already opened youtube.com, and it is searching for the JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it, guys. If you look at the test status also, so test 1 is passed, and JavaScript by tester stock also it is got passed. If you click on this particular test, it will display you all the steps. Now I will navigate to the VS Code, where we have loaded the entire Cypress automation framework. So if you look at this particular .js file, that's a JavaScript file what we have created in the beginning of this tutorial. So it has generated this particular whole code in the test 1. So it has generated this particular code, and if you look at this one, so this particular thing is added by the Cypress Studio. It is saying that it is generated, this particular code is generated by using the Cypress Studio. In the first test, what we are doing is we are going to this URL, then we are searching for the tester stock, then we are going inside the tester stock channel, then we are clicking on the JavaScript by tester stock playlist in the first test, and coming to the second test, we are going to the youtube.com, and we are searching for the JavaScript by tester stock, then simply we are finishing the test. So this is how you can create the record and playback test by using the Cypress Studio. Cypress Studio has some limitations. So if you see these limitations, so it is very good to know the some of the Cypress Studio limitations. The very first limitation is Cypress Studio is currently available for only end-to-end testing. Cypress Studio is not available for the component testing. And the second limitation of Cypress Studio is it does not support for the writing test, which domain uses the multiple origins. So that is the second limitation of Cypress Studio. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to create first Cypress automation test, and finally we are going to see how to create the logs in the Cypress automation test. So here I have already installed the Cypress. In my case, I have created another new folder called Cypress full course, and here I have installed it, Cypress. Now I will run the another command called npm run cypress open. So this will open the Cypress window, and after selecting the configurations, it will open the browser. So it has opened the Cypress window. So here we have to select what type of testing we are performing, and then we have to select the browser. So we are selecting E2E testing, and it will take few seconds to load. And here you can select the second option, Cypress support E2E.js, and click on continue. And here you can select whichever the browser you like it. So in my case, I will select Firefox browser. And here I'm going to create a new spec, and here I'll add the file name as first Cypress test. That's it. I will click on create spec. So I will keep as it is. So we will come to this particular file from the VS Code, and we will create the first Cypress automation test. So that's it, guys. So this particular test, just it contains the go to this particular URL. That's it. There are no more steps. So simply I will close this particular file now. So we will reopen this particular thing in another few minutes. So I will open this particular folder in the Visual Studio Code. So here I'll go to the file and open folder. So I will select the Cypress full course folder, and that's it. So under the Cypress folder, E2E folder, we have created a one JavaScript file. So it has already created a template. So this is describe is nothing but the test suite. So let's add the test suite name as test suite 1, and already it has added the one test. So here I will specify the test name as my first test, I'll say. That's it. So here by using the cy.visit, so whatever the URL you will add it here, so it will goes to the this particular URL. So before we add the URL, let's discuss the manual scenario. So we will open the browser, and after that we will enter this particular URL, and then in the search box we are going to search with the JavaScript by testers talk. Then we are going to click on the search icon. That's it, guys. So this is a scenario what we are going to automate by using the Cypress automation framework. So let's copy the URL first, and here I will add the URL. So whatever you add it inside the visit method, so it goes to that particular URL. So after going to the URL, we have to identify the this particular search text box, right? So let's open once again youtube.com, and we have to identify the this particular search text box. So simply inspect this particular search text box. So let me bring it down, and if you look at here, so that particular search text box is getting highlighted. So it has multiple properties. By using the ID, we are going to identify this particular search text box. So here I'll copy this particular value, that is ID. So here I'm writing the simple CSS selector. Firstly, I'm using the tag name, and followed by that, I'm adding the attribute name and equal to, in the double quotes, we are adding the value. So that's it. It is highlighting this particular text box. And also you can see here, it is matching one of one. Simply copy this particular selector and come here. And here we have to use the command called cy.get. So inside the get, you need to specify our selector within the single quotes. So simply add the selector value here. So firstly, we are navigating to this particular youtube.com, and then we are identifying the search text box. So after identifying this search text box, we have to enter the value. So by using the method called type, you can enter the data in the search text box. So simply add the search keywords here inside the type method. So here I'll say JavaScript by testers talk. That's it. Now we have entered the search keyword in the search text box. And after that, we have to click on this particular search icon. So let's inspect search icon. And if you look at here, so there is a button tag which has the ID and it has also the class value. So by using the ID, we are going to identify this particular search icon. So simply I'll copy this particular value and followed by that, so there is another tag. So that is the YT-icon. So after identifying this particular button, so we need to focus on the next tag. That's the YT-icon. So just you can remember this particular tag name. So we will be entering after identifying this particular button. So here I'll say button and followed by that ID, and we are entering the value. And here you need to specify the greater than symbol. Followed by that, you need to specify the tag name. So now it is highlighting this particular search icon, and if you look at the match also, it is 1 of 1. So no need to worry about the selectors or the CSS selectors as of now. I will cover CSS selector in detail in the upcoming tutorials. So similar way, I will use the cy.get command. In the single quotation, I will add the locator. Then we need to click on this particular search icon, right? So that's the reason I will call to the method called click. That's it. So that's it, guys. So in the first line, we are going to this particular website, that's youtube.com, and we have identified the search text box, and we are entering this particular text search keyword in the search text box. Then we are clicking on the search icon in the youtube.com. So that's it, guys. Let's save this particular test, and now I will open the once again our test runner. So by using the npm run cypress:open. So we will be running this particular test by using the Cypress Test Runner. And here I'm selecting this particular JavaScript file what we have created in the beginning of this session. So if you look at this one, so after clicking on that particular JS file, it has started executing my first test. And if you look at the suite name also, it is showing properly from the VS Code. So it is opening the youtube.com, and after that it is searching with the JavaScript by tester stock, and also it is clicked on the search icon also, right? So let's rerun it. So simply you can click on this run all test once again. So it will rerun all the tests which are there inside this particular JS file. So after opening the youtube.com, and it is started searching with the JavaScript by testers talk, then it will click on the search icon. So that's the test, guys, and it is working perfectly fine. And if you look at the status of the test, and it is getting passed. So this is how you can create the first Cypress automation test in the Cypress tool. Now let's see how to add the logs or how to create the logs in the Cypress. So it is very simple. So simply I will go to the VS Code. So you need to use the simple command called cy.log. And inside the log, you can specify the message. So here I'll say test 1 is started. So this is a log I'm creating in the test, and after that I'm going to add the another log after going to this particular youtube.com. So here I'll say the log message as navigated to YouTube site. So that's it, guys. So now I will save this particular JS file, and automatically test execution will be started over here, right? So if you look at this one, test execution is started automatically. So whenever you change something in the VS Code, so automatically rerun will happen in this particular Cypress Test Runner. And if you see here, so it is searching with the keywords which we have mentioned in the Cypress automation test. And our test is working perfectly fine. So let's see the logs it is printing properly or not. So if you see here, so this particular log we have printed in the test. If you see here in this test, so this particular log is printing there, and second log is navigated YouTube site. So same log will be printed over here, and if you see here, so it is printed navigated YouTube site. So let's add another log at the end. So here I'll say test one is completed, and here I'll say navigated to YouTube site. So now I will save this particular JS file, and automatically rerun will be happening in this particular Cypress Test Runner. If you see here, so it started searching with the JavaScript by testers talk, and then it will hit the search icon finally. And this test is perfectly working fine. And if you see the output of this particular test, so it is working fine. And also here you can see the top also. So if test is failed, so this count will be added over here on the right side. So now our test is getting passed. The count is added over on the right side. So we have printed the log at the end. So let's check that particular log is printed properly or not. And if you see here at the end, it is printing the test one is completed. This particular log we have created in the VS Code at the end of the test. In the upcoming tutorial, we are going to see how you can actually disable printing all these tag details. It can be the fetch, XHR, so all these details. So these details are we are printing actually which is not required. So simply we are printing it. So we will see how to disable all these logs also. And also we are going to see how you can disable the auto rerun. Whenever I make changes in this particular file, say for example, if I'm having 50 test cases, so simply it will start executing all the 50 test cases in this particular test runner. So that is not accepted. How you can stop the automatic test rerun in the Cypress also we are going to discuss in the upcoming tutorial. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to run the Cypress automation test in the different browsers. So there are two ways. By using the Cypress Test Runner, we can execute the Cypress test in the different browsers. That's a first way. And second way is by using the command prompt. And by using this particular command, we can execute the Cypress automation test in the different browsers. So let's try to run the Cypress automation test by using the Cypress Test Runner in the different browsers. So here I will navigate to the test runner. So currently my tests are getting executed in the Firefox browser. If you see here, so Firefox is displayed. On the top left also it is displayed the Firefox browser. So if I click on run all test, so it is going to execute the test in the Chrome. Sorry guys. So it is going to execute the test in the Firefox browser currently. So it is running my test. And if you look at here, so our test is getting passed. Now I want to run my Cypress automation test in the Chrome browser. Simply you can go to this particular drop down, and here if you want to run your test in the Edge browser, you can select the Edge. So in my case, I want to run my Cypress test in the Chrome browser. So simply I will select the Chrome browser. So that's it. So automatically it is going to launch the Chrome browser with all the tests. And if you see here, so Chrome is being controlled by automated test software. And also here you can see, observe that. So Chrome is displayed. So currently our tests are getting executed in the Chrome browser. So similarly, you can try it for the Edge browser, and also you can try it for the Electron browser. So this is the first way how you can run Cypress test in the different browsers. The second way is by using the command line, we can execute the Cypress automation test in the different browsers. So simply we have to use this particular command npx cypress run and -- browser edge. For example, if you want to execute your test on the Edge browser, you can specify Edge here. For example, if you want to execute your test on the Chrome, simply specify the browser name here. And after that, hyphen hyphen headed, so that it will open the browser and it will execute the Cypress test. And followed by that, we have to specify the hyphen hyphen spec. And here we have to specify the .js file path. So let's enter this particular command. So here I'll say so let me just resize the window here. So here I will enter npx followed by that Cypress run hyphen hyphen browser, and followed by that we have to specify the browser name. So here I will specify this time Edge only. So next time we will specify it as the Chrome, and space we have to specify the headed and hyphen hyphen spec. And here we have to enter the .js file path. So I will go to the VS Code now. So we have to specify this particular path. Firstly, we have to enter the firstly we have to specify the Cypress, followed by that E2E folder, and inside the E2E folder we have the first Cypress test.cy.js file. So let's enter this particular path now. So here I will bring up the CMD, and inside the double quotation I will enter the Cypress, followed by that backslash, then I will enter E2E backslash, then I will enter the file name. So here I'll say first Cypress test.cy.js. So that's it. So let me maximize this command prompt now. So it will take few seconds. So based on your internet connection. So simply I will close this previous browser and Cypress Test Runner. And if you see here, so it is started listening to this particular host and this particular port number. And if you see here, so it is started displaying all the details, and it has opened the Microsoft Edge browser now. And if you see the message here, so Microsoft Edge is being controlled by automated test software, and it is loading all the tests which are there inside the first Cypress test.cy.js file, and automatically it is selected the Edge over here. So it is loading. So in my case, internet is a bit slow. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. And if you look at here, so our test execution started. And also it is printed the log which we have created earlier. And it is navigated to the youtube.com, and it will search with the JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it, guys. And if you see here, so it has printed all the details. So what is the Cypress version, which is the browser? So Edge browser, which has the 117 version, Node version, and what are the specs files? In my case, only one spec file is found. And if I come down, so this is a suite name, and this is our test name. And if I come down, so here it is showing total number of tests. Currently we have only one test, and that is getting passed here. And if you look at the count also, so it is listed under the passing. And also you can see the duration, how long it took for the test execution. And if I come down, so here it is listed down all the spec files. So in our case, only one spec file is present. So you can try to create the multiple .javascript files, and you can try to add the multiple test methods. So now I will try to run the same test in the Chrome browser. So this time I will update. So here I will replace the Edge with the Chrome. So that's it. So it will take few seconds to bring up the test runner of the Cypress. So it is started listening to this particular host and the port number, and it has launched the test runner now. And if you see here, so it is displaying Chrome is being controlled by automated test software. And also here you can see the Chrome is got selected, and also you can observe the version of the Chrome. And our test is getting executed on the Chrome browser, and it is searching with the JavaScript by tester stock, and also it is finished the test execution. So if I go up, and if you see here, so this is a Chrome version, sorry guys, so this is the Cypress version, and here you can see the Chrome browser, and followed by that it is specified the version and node version, and you can see the number of spec files here, and this is the complete path of the .js file. And if I come down, so this is the suite name, so this is our test name, and here you can see that total number of seconds it took for the test execution. And coming to the results table, so this is the total number of tests. So in our case only one test is there, and our test is getting passed. And here also you can see the total number of seconds, that's the duration of the this particular test execution. And after that you can see the which spec file it got executed. And at last you can see the all the spec file. So if you are executing multiple spec files, you can see all the spec files over here. So in our case only one spec file is there, so that spec file is listed here. So on the right side also you can see the total number of tests, and also our test is getting passed. In this Cypress tutorial we are going to see how to run Cypress test in the headless mode. So basically we have to use this particular command. By using this command we can execute the Cypress test in the headless mode. So we have to use the npx followed by Cypress run and browser, and here we have to specify the browser name, and followed by that -- spec, and here we have to specify the .js file path. So let's go to the folder where we have installed the Cypress. So let's open the cmd here, and simply we have to use this particular command. So by using this command we can execute the Cypress automation test in the headless mode. So here I will say simply, so here I'll say npx followed by that Cypress run, and here I'll say browser, and followed by that we have to specify the browser name. So let's add the edge this time. So next time we will run the test in the Chrome browser in the headless mode. So here I'll say edge, followed by that we have to specify the --spec, followed by that we have to specify the path of the JS file. So we are going to execute our JS file, so that is there inside the E2E folder. So that is the first Cypress test.cy.js. So we have to specify the first Cypress folder. So inside the Cypress folder we have the E2E folder, and then we have to specify the file name. So let's add the Cypress here, and backslash, let's add the E2E folder. Under E2E folder we have the JavaScript file. So here I'll say first Cypress test.cy.js. So that's it guys. So I will hit the enter. Let me maximize the command prompt. So it is started listening to this particular host and the port number. So it is not going to open the any browser because we are running Cypress automation test in the headless mode. So it is already provided all the details, and if you see here, so this is a Cypress version and browser, and this browser is, so this is the current browser, and if you look at the configuration, so it is opened in the headless mode, and followed by that we have the node version. So it is specifying the number of spec file found. So currently we have one spec file, and this is the path where my Cypress automation tests are present. So it will take few seconds, then it will generate the test results. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. And next time we will run our Cypress automation test in the Chrome browser. So this time we are executing the Cypress test in the Edge browser with the headless mode. And if you see here, so our test execution is completed. And this is our test suite name, and this is our test name. And also here you can see the total number of tests, and our test is getting passed. And this is the duration. So it took total 23 seconds for the test execution. And also at the end you can see the our spec file. And here also you can see the total number of tests, and our test is getting passed. Now this time we are going to execute the Cypress automation test in the Chrome browser with the headless mode. So here I'll simply specify the Chrome. That's it. So if you look at this, guys, so it is not opening any browser. So that is the feature of the headless mode. So if you look at here, so browser, so that's a Chrome browser which is having a 116 version, and also so we are running our Cypress test in the headless mode. And you can see the node version, spec file, and complete path of the .js file, and it is currently executing the our Cypress automation test. So it will take a couple of seconds because we are using the heavy loaded web application. So where it is opening the youtube.com, and followed by that it is going to search for something, and we got the results here, right? So this is a suite name, and followed by that we have the test name, and this is a total test, and our test is getting passed. And at the end you can see the our spec file, and also you can see the duration, how long it took for the execution. And finally in the spec file list also our test is getting passed here. So this is how you can run your test in the headless mode in the Cypress. In this Cypress tutorial we are going to see how to stop auto rerun test in the Cypress. So whenever we make changes in this automation test, so it will automatically rerun all the test cases in the Cypress Test Runner. So how you can stop this particular functionality in the Cypress, we will be seeing in a couple of seconds. Say for example, I'm having a 50 automation tests like this. So if I make one line code change, then it will rerun automatically all the 50 test cases, right? So that is not accepted behavior when I'm developing a particular automation test, or whenever I'm developing a new automation test. I don't want to execute the all other test cases automatically, right? So that is not a accepted behavior when we are working in the real-time projects. So simply you can specify watch for file changes false. You can set this particular flag in the cypress.config file, and if you specify this particular flag in the Cypress config file, it will stop the auto rerun of the Cypress automation test. So let's open the our test runner. So here I'll say npm run cypress colon. So right now I'm opening the Cypress test runner. Firstly, we are going to reproduce the issue, then we are going to fix the problem. So here I'll say start end-to-end testing in the Chrome. So we want to run our test cases in the Chrome browser. I will select the spec file. So let it run this particular my test one. So when you select first time, it is going to run the all the tests which are there inside the particular JS file. So our test is completed, and if you look at here, so our test is getting passed. So I'll come back to the Visual Studio Code now. So let's try to add the same test case once again here in this VS Code. So here I will rename the test name as my test2, and here at the end I will update the log message. So if I save this particular JavaScript file, so automatically it will start rerunning all the test cases which are there inside this particular JS file. So let me save this particular file. And if you see here, so it is started executing the my first test one. So if we are having 50 test cases or 100 test cases, so it is going to rerun all the test cases. So that is not a accepted behavior in the real-time projects. So we will see how to disable this particular feature in the Cypress. So simply you need to specify this particular flag inside the cypress.config.js file. So that is the watch for file changes flag you need to specify inside the Cypress configuration file. So here I will open the Cypress configuration file, and after the line number 3, simply I will add the flag called watch for file changes. So that's it. I will simply save this one, and I will let me close this test runner, and we will relaunch it once again, the test runner. So I will close this browser and Cypress window also. So let's reopen the test runner. So this time, if I make any changes in this particular JavaScript file, so it is not going to execute all the test cases until unless I explicitly mention that run all test. So let's select the end-to-end testing here, and let's click on the end-to-end testing. And here I will select the JS file. So firstly, it is going to execute the all the tests which are there inside the first Cypress test.cy.js file. So let it run all the 2 test cases. Then we will make the some changes in the test 2. That is my first test 2, and it should not rerun the all the test cases, right? So now our test cases are getting passed. If you see the count here, so and also right now there are no test cases running in the Cypress Test Runner. I will come back to the VS Code. So simply I will add, sorry, here I will update the one log message. That's it. So now I'm going to save this particular file, and if you see here, so it is not rerunning all the test cases which are there inside the this particular JS file. So previously it was rerunning the all the test cases automatically which are there inside this particular JS file. So by using this particular flag, we can disable the auto rerun of the test cases or a test in the Cypress. So this is how we can stop the auto rerun test in the Cypress. So far you have seen what is Cypress and how to install Cypress and how to use the Cypress Studio to record and replay the automation test. And also you have seen how to create the first Cypress automation test and how to create the logs in the Cypress. And also we have seen how to run the Cypress automation test on the different browsers. In this Cypress tutorial full course, chapter 2, we are going to see how to disable the fetch and XHR logs in the Cypress test runner. Next, we are seeing how to use the Intellisense or intelligent auto code completion in the Cypress automation framework. So basically, this is one of the important configuration what you need to do in the Cypress automation framework. And next, we are seeing what are the different type of assertions are available, how to use them. Then next, we are going to see what are the different types of selectors we have and how to use in the Cypress tool. And then we are going to look into the Xpath, how to use the Xpath in the Cypress automation framework. So basically we have to use the Cypress hyphen Xpath. So that is one of the plugin what we need to use in the Cypress automation framework to use the Xpath. And then we are going to see how to run the Cypress test from the VS Code. And then we are going to see how to handle the dropdowns in the Cypress. And then we are going to see how to work with the iframes in the Cypress automation testing. Then finally we are seeing how to scroll down or scroll up in the Cypress automation framework. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to disable the fetch and XHR logs in the Cypress automation test execution. If you see here in this test runner, so let me open the test runner. So if I execute all the tests here, and it is displaying the fetch and XHR logs. So which is not required in our case. So if you see here test execution, so it is displaying XHR and even there is a fetch logs. So currently it is executing the first test, and now it is executing the my first test 2 also. And if you see the logs of the my first test 1, so let it complete the whole execution, then I will show you. So what I'm talking about the fetch and XHR logs, because these logs are not required in our automation testing. So we will see what is the solution, how you can disable all these XHR and fetch logs. And if you see the output here, so our 2 tests are getting passed. So I will navigate to the test 1 now. And if you see the logs here, so it is printing XHR, fetch. So like this, it is printing many XHR and fetch logs. So if you look at the test what we have written in the VS Code, just give me a few seconds guys. So it is loading the VS Code now. Yeah. So if you look at this, my first test 1, so we have created only 3 logs. In the line number 5, we have created 1 log. And in the line number 7, we have created a log. And in the line number 12, we have created a log. So it has to display all these logs, and Cypress command it has to display. And in our case, it is simply displaying the other logs also, XHR and fetch. So solution for this problem is you can simply take this snippet code and you can keep it inside the support folder. Inside that we have the e2e.js file. So we need to copy this particular code and we need to add it inside the e2e.js file. So I will copy this particular code now, and I will go to the VS Code. Under the support folder, so we are having the e2e.js file. So simply I will open the file and I will add it here. So no need to worry about this code. So I will provide this code in the GitHub repository. You can get this code from the testers.github page. So in my case, my system is a bit slow today. So it is taking a little bit of time to respond. So I have added this particular snippet of code in the e2e.js file. And then I will save it and I will close this particular e2e.js file. Now what I will do is I will simply close this particular test runner. We will relaunch the test runner once again because we have made some configuration changes. So here once again I will execute the command. So I will say yes. Then once again I will say npm run cypress open. So it will take some time and it will opens up the Cypress window and it will open the browser as well with the test runner. So it is taking little time. Let's wait for some time. So usually it will not take this much of time, but it depends on your computer and configurations also sometimes. So if you look at here, so it has opened the Cypress window, and here we have to select the E2E testing, and then we can select the browser. Then we can re-execute the our Cypress automation test, and we can validate whether fetch and XHR logs are displaying in the Cypress test execution. So here I'll say start E2E testing in Chrome, and that's it. So it has opened the Chrome browser now, and if you see here in the top left, Chrome is being controlled by automated test software. So it is getting hanged sometimes. So that is fine. That's not a problem. So we got the test runner now. Let's select the spec file, and it will start loading the all the test suite and Cypress automation test cases. Okay guys, if you see over here, so it is started executing the my first test one, and it is printed the log as well. So test one is started, and then it is navigating to the youtube.com now, and it is a heavy loaded application because it has lots of video content, and loading that it takes some time definitely. And it will search with the JavaScript by test stock, then it will hit the search icon. So now it is executing the my first test 2. So we will validate whether after adding the this particular configuration in the e2e.js file, whether it is displaying the XHR and fetch logs in the Cypress test execution. So this time it will not display the all those logs. So let's look at the steps, and if you see the steps, so steps are very much clear now. So firstly it is printing the test one is started. So this log is coming from the our VS Code, and if you see here, so this is where we are printing, and it is executing the visit command. So if you see the log, so it is going to this particular website, and again we have written another log, and then it is executing this particular Cypress command, and at the end it is printing the log what we have created from the VS Code. So this particular log is getting printed over there. So now if you look at the steps of the Cypress test, so these are very much clear. So this is how you can disable the XHR and fetch logs in the Cypress automation test execution. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to use Intellisense and intelligent code completion in the Visual Studio Code for the Cypress automation test. So what does it mean, right? So here I will go to the VS Code. So this is a sample test what we have created in the previous session. So inside the CY, so we have lots of functions actually, but it is not suggesting all those functions currently, right? So these are the some functions what we have used, or the keywords what we have used just now. So it is suggesting all those things, but there are many commands inside the cy dot. So currently it is not showing us all those commands or the functions. So how you can enable this particular feature in the VS Code for the Cypress automation test? So there are two solutions. One is simply we have to add this particular line, one line code in the JavaScript file in the beginning. So you need to add this particular line in the beginning of this particular JS file. So that is the one solution. And the second solution, how you can enable the auto completion code for the Cypress automation code is, so simply you need to create the jsconfig.json file in your project, and then you need to add this particular one line of code in the jsconfig.json file. So let's check this by using the first approach. So that we have to add a 3 slash, and followed by that we have to add the this particular tag. So that is a reference, and types we have to add the Cypress. So simply I will copy this particular line of code and I will go to the VS Code now. So we have to add this as the very first line in the JavaScript spec file. Then it will enable the Cypress command auto completion code, you will get it. So now I have added it and I have saved it. So that's it, guys. Now let me just save this file, and now I will enter the cy dot. Now if you see here, so it's displaying all the commands and functions which are there inside the cy. So if I take example of just get, right, here I'll say get, and if you see the get method, and if I go on the right side, and also it is displaying the example how you can use the this particular get function. So it can be used for the assertion purpose also, right? So by seeing the example also you can get to know what is the usage of that particular command. So like this you can get all the auto completion code for the Cypress automation test. So this is a one way, guys. So let me delete this particular line number 1 code, that's a 3 slash, and followed by that we have specified one tag. So this is a one way how you can use the intelligent code completion in the VS Code for the Cypress automation test. So we have the second solution. So simply you need to create the json config.json file, and we have to add this particular line of code in the inside this JSON file. So let's validate this one. So whether still that feature is enabled here or not. And if you see here, that feature is not enabled right now. So we have removed the line number 1. So that's the reason this again Intellisense feature is disabled. Now let's look at the second solution. So as I said, we need to create the js config.json file we have to create at the root folder. So let's create the JSON file and let's add this particular line of code inside the file. So here I'm adding the js config.json. So that's it. So I have added the one line of code, that is include, and followed by that within the square brackets we are specifying node underscore models Cypress, and we are adding the Cypress, followed by that one forward slash star star, and followed by that star dot js. So that's it, guys. Now let's close this js config.json file. Now let's come back to the our JavaScript spec file. So what I will do is once again I will hit the cy dot, and if you see here, so it is started showing the auto completion code. So simply you can just type get, so it will display all the respective Cypress commands or the Cypress functions. So in the previous solution, right, guys, say for example if you have created 10 JavaScript spec files, so you need to add the this particular line in all 10 JavaScript spec files. But so second solution is a one-stop solution. So you can create this particular file and add this one line of code inside the file. That's it, done. So I would suggest to use the second solution. So just create a one file, add this, sorry guys. So add this particular line of code, and that will be a one-stop solution for the to get the auto code completion in the VS Code for the Cypress automation test. So that's all I'm having in this session. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see assertions in the Cypress test automation. So firstly, we will see what are assertions and what are the different types of assertions we have in the Cypress automation testing. And finally, we will see all these examples with the real-time web applications. So let's understand what is assertions or what are assertions in the Cypress test automation. So assertions are used to compare the actual value and the expected value. Here actual value is nothing but the text message which we are getting it from the web page, and expected value is defined by the testers. And by using the assertions, you can verify whether web element is displayed in the web page or not. So these are the two main factors why we are using the assertions in the Cypress test automation. So let's look at the examples. What are the different ways of assertions we can perform in the Cypress automation testing? The very first one is two.equal. So by using the two.equal, we can assert the actual and expected data. So firstly, I'm using the cy.get. That's a Cypress command, cy, and followed by get. So here we are adding the CSS selector. Followed by that, we are using the then keyword. And basically, in this case, we are converting this into the element. By using this element, so here I'm calling to the method called text. So this will get the actual text message from the web page. Once we are having the actual data, so by using the two.equal, we are comparing with the expected value, which is defined by the tester. So this is the very first type of assertion in the Cypress. And next one is by using the have.text, we can validate the actual and expected results. So similarly, we are identifying the web element by using the CSS selector, and I'm using the should keyword. And inside this, we are adding the have.text. So this particular have.text will gets the text from the web page of this particular selector, and it compares with the expected result. So basically, if these two values are not matching, and it will throw the assertion error. If actual value and the expected values are matching, then it will pass the test case. And similarly, we have the contain. And inside the should method, we are specifying the contain and the expected value. So it is almost a similar functionality we have by using the have.text and contain. So both the should method validates the actual and the expected results here. And moving on to the next type of assertion in the Cypress is b.visible. So in this case, we are firstly getting the web element by using the selector and by using the should keyword, that's a method, and simply we are adding the b.visible. So in this case, we are not verifying the actual and expected result. So simply we are validating whether this particular web element is present in the web page or not by using the b.visible. And the fifth assertion is have.html. So in this case, we are using the should method and have.html. So this will get the this particular web element text message. That's a actual value, and here we are adding the expected value. So basically, it will compares the this expected value and the actual value. If these two are matching, so our test will get pass. Otherwise, it will fail with the assertion error. And next one is have.attribute. So in this case, what we are doing is firstly we are identifying the web element by using the selector, and we are comparing it by using the should method. And then we are using another keyword here, that is the and followed by that we are using the have.attr. So here we are checking this particular web element is having the value as the another attribute or not. If this particular web element has the value as attribute, then in that case our test will get pass. If this particular web element does not have the value attribute, then our test will get fail. And similarly, so what we have done is in the next example, we are using the have.attribute and the include. So here we are validating this particular web element is having this particular value as an attribute. Then this particular attribute should have this particular text message in it. So this is what we are validating. And the final one is to.have.length. So in this case, firstly we are identifying the web element by using the selector. Then we are converting this into the element type. And once we are having the element, so we are getting the text of the web element. And here we are using the to.have.length. So basically we are validating the number of characters are there in this particular element. So in this case, we are considering the JavaScript by tester stock that has the expected result. So this has the 26 characters. So by using this to.have.length, you can verify the number of characters are there in the actual and expected results. So let's go to the VS Code and we'll see all these examples in the VS Code with the real-time web page examples. So here I will quickly create one JavaScript spec file. So here I'll say Cypress assertion test. Then I'll say cy.js. So that's it. And here we will be creating the firstly test suite, and followed by that we are creating the test by using the it block. So we are creating the describe. By using this describe, we are creating the suite first. So let's add the suite name as Cypress assertion suite. So that's it, guys. Now here I will put the comma, and here I will add the function. So this is a shortcut for the function. And that's it. We have created the suite now. So let's create the one test by using the it block. So here I'll say it, and here we will add the automation test name. So here I'll say Cypress assertion test, and I will put comma, and followed by that, so here I will add the function. So this is a shortcut for the function. Then I will open the braces and I will close it. So that's it, guys. We have created the test suite by using the describe, and we have created a sample test by using the it block. Now let's discuss the manual scenario. Then we will automate the scenario, and we will assert the values by using all these different types of assertions in the Cypress automation testing. So let's discuss the manual scenario first. In this Google page, I'm searching with the JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it. So once we got the result, so simply I'm taking the some part of the URL and I'm opening another tab and I'm pasting it here. So if we look at this particular web page, and in this text box, so there is a text displayed that is called JavaScript by tester stock. So in this case, what we are doing is we are going to this particular URL, and then we will identify this particular web element by using the CSS selector, and we will get this particular text and we will assert with the expected value. So let's go to this particular URL, and then we will identify this particular web element by using the CSS selector. So here I will go to the VS Code, and let's open the URL by using the cy.visit. In the single quotation, specify the URL. So firstly, we are going to this particular web page, and then we have to identify this particular text box where text message is displayed. So simply I will right click on this and I will say inspect. And if you see here tag name is text area, and it has lots of attributes and respective values. So here I'm using the one attribute called type is equal to search. So by using this attribute, I'm going to identify this particular text web element. So here I'll say Control F, and here I will add the first tag name text area, followed by that in the square brackets I will add the attribute name and followed by the value. So if you look at this particular CSS selector, so it is matching with the 1 of 1, and it is already highlighting this particular text box text, right? So simply take this CSS selector, then I will go to the VS Code, and here I will use the cy.get. So inside the get, we will add the CSS selector, and then so we are going to use the very first type of assertion called to.equal. So firstly we are identifying the element, and then we are using the then keyword, and we are storing this web element web element we are storing into the element. By using the element we are getting the text, then we are comparing it with the expected result. So now what I will do is simply I will call to the then keyword. So here I'll say then dot then, and inside the then, so I will add the variable as element. So it is a customized name, you can give any name over here. So that's it. Then add the function. So that's it. Now inside this function I'm using the expect keyword, followed by that I'm taking the element variable. By using the element variable I'm calling to the method called text. So this is going to get the text of this particular web element, and then we will compare by using the to dot equal. So inside the equal we have to add the our expected value. So simply I will copy it from the this web page, and I'll paste it here in the form of string. So that's it, guys. Now if actual value and the expected values are matching, then our test will get pass, otherwise our test will be failing. So I have saved this particular Cypress test. Now I will go to the test runner. So here I will select the spec file what we have created just now, and if you see here, so it is started executing the test, and it opened the web page whatever we have given the URL, and our test is passing here, right? So it is comparing the this particular text from the web page and the expected result. So then it is matching, so so that's the reason it is getting passed. So let's try to pass the, so here I'll say just JavaScript tester stock. So this time actual and expected value is not matching. So in this case our test will get failed. So let me rerun this particular Cypress test. So it has opened the web page and also it is failed. So it is trying to validate the actual and expected value, and if you see the error here, that is the assertion error, and basically it is displaying all the expected and actual values over here. So what is the value it is coming from the web page, and what is the value defined by the tester. So this is a one way of comparing the actual and expected value. So simply I will add the correct value now. So if I rerun the test, so this time again our test will pass. So meanwhile let's check the second way of assertion. So simply we have to use the selector, followed by that we have to use the should method. Inside that we have to add the have.text, and we have to add the expected result. So this is the second way of assertion in the Cypress. And if you see the test here, so our test is getting passed. So now let's see the second way of assertion in the Cypress. So once again I will identify the element. So simply I will copy this particular line, and then so here we have to use the should. So inside the should, so we have to add the two values. So first one is have dot text, and followed by that we have to add the expected value. So simply I will copy the above value and I'll add it here, and I have saved it. So this is the second way of assertion in the Cypress test automation. Then I will go back to the test runner. Here I will rerun the test. So it is navigated to the web page, and if you see the output here, so firstly it is comparing by using the to equal method, and second time it is comparing the actual and expected value by using the have dot text. And if I add incorrect value inside the should method, that is the expected value, so our test will get failed. So this time we are passing incorrect expected value in the should method. So this time our test will get failed. So if I re-execute the test, so it will fail in the second assertion. So first assertion it will work fine. In the second assertion it will get failed because actual and expected results are not matching. And if you see here, so this is the assertion error, and here you can see that actual and the expected result. So let's go to the VS Code, and here I'll say JavaScript by test stop. So that's it. I will rerun the test. And if you see here, so our test is running right now, and eventually it will pass in within few seconds, right? If you look at the result also, our test is getting passed. Now let's look at the third way of assertion in the Cypress. So simply we are using the contain keyword. So I will copy the line number 11. And previously we have used a have.text, but this time we are using the just contain keyword. So here I will add the contain keyword. So that's it, guys. So right now we are passing the correct value in the expected result. So this time our test will get passed. And also in the logs you can observe what type of assertion we have performed also. So this time we are using the contain. And if you see the output here, so our test is getting passed. And here you can see the contain. We have used a contain keyword. So right now we have specified correct value in the expected result. So let's try to pass incorrect value in the expected. So in this case, it will not match the expected and actual value. Automatically, assertion will be getting failed. So I will rerun the test case once again. So first two assertions will be getting passed, and it will get failed in the third assertion. And if you see here, so first assertion is working fine, and second assertion is also working fine, and it is getting failed in the third assertion. So that's a assertion error. And also you can see the expected and the expected and the actual data over here. So now I will pass the correct data over here. So this time it will get passed. So right now test is getting executed, and if you see here, so all the three assertions are getting passed now. Now let's look at the fourth type of assertion in the Cypress. So firstly we are identifying the element, and then we are using the should, and we are using the be visible. So in this case we are just checking the element is present or not. If element is not present, so our assertion will be getting failed, and if element is present, and it will get passed. So I will copy the line number 13 once again. So basically we are identifying the element by using the CS selector, and then here I'll say should, and inside the double quotes, so here I'll say b dot visible. So right now I'm passing the correct web element, so it will find the web element and our test will get passed. So let's run the test now, and next time we will pass the incorrect selector. In that case it is unable to identify the web element and it will get failed. And if you look at the result, so all the four assertions are getting passed. So now this time what I will do is, so simply I will pass the incorrect web element. So I will rerun the test. So this time our our Cypress automation test will get failed in the fourth assertion. So first three assertions will get passed, and if you see here, so first three assertions are working fine, and it is getting failed in the fourth assertion. So in this case we are checking element is present or not. If element is present, then our test will get passed, otherwise it will get failed. So I have modified the web element once again, and this time all the four assertions will work fine. And if you see here, all the four assertions are working fine, and also our test is getting passed. Now let's see the next type of assertion in the Cypress automation testing, that is have.html. So inside the should method we have to pass the have.html. So let's go to the VS Code. So simply I will copy the line number 13 and I will paste it here. And here we have to say have.html. So that's it. So firstly, we have specified the selector, and by using the should method, we are comparing the actual and expected value. So this time our test will work fine. And if I execute the test, so all the 5 assertions will work fine, and also our test will get pass. And if you see here, all the assertions are getting passed, and also here you can see that we have used a have HTML. And let's look at the next type of assertion. So here what we are doing is we are checking this particular element is having the this particular attribute or not. So now I will go to the web page, and if you see here this particular HTML details, DOM details, so it has the one attribute called value, and that has the JavaScript by tester stock, right? So firstly we are verifying this value attribute is there or not. In the second time we are going to validate the this value attribute is having the JavaScript by tester stock or not. We are going to validate it. So let's check first whether value attribute is present or not. So I will go back to the once again VS Code here. So simply I will copy the whole line once again, and I will come to the next line and I will paste it here. And then I'm going to call to the one method called and. Inside the and, so here I'm adding the one keyword called have.attr, and then we have to specify the attribute name. So simply I will add the have dot. So I will bring this particular statement down. So here I'll say have.attr, and then I will specify the attribute name. So attribute name is value in our case. So this time just we are validating this particular web element is having the this particular attribute or not. So next time we will validate the this particular value attribute value also. So simply I will go back to the test runner and I will execute it. So this is the sixth type of assertion in the Cypress automation testing. And if you see the result here, our test is getting passed and all the assertions are working fine. And also you can see the last type of assertion. It is the have attribute. And similarly, so I will copy once again and we will assert the value of the value attribute. So here I'll say and followed by that, so I will go back to the syntax. And if you see the example over here, so we are using the and method, and inside that we are passing the include keyword and expected result. So here I will say and then here we have to add the include, and inside the include we have to specify the here we have to pass the two parameters. One is include keyword, and then followed by that we have to add the expected result. So simply I will copy the expected result from the above line and I'll paste it here. In the line number 19 we are just validating the attribute. In the line number 22 we are validating the attribute, and then also whether it contains the specified text message or not, we are validating it. So simply I will come back to the test runner and I will run the test once again. So now all the values are matching this time, so all the tests are getting passed. If you look at here, last assertion, so we have used a to include, right? So for example, if I passed incorrect data in the expected result, in this case actual and expected value will be not matching and our test will get failed. I'm rerunning this test, so it will pass first set of assertions will be getting passed and it will fail in the last assertion. And if you see here, all the assertions are working fine and it is getting failed over in the last assertion. Now I will go back to the VS Code and I will fix this issue. So here I'll add the correct expected value in the and include keyword, and I will rerun the Cypress test once again. And this time all the assertions should get passed. And if you see here, our test is getting passed, and also you can see the all the assertions are working fine. Now let's look at the last assertion type in the Cypress test automation. So in this case, we are simply comparing the number of characters in the actual and expected value. So it is very much similar to the first example, right? So here just we are calling 2 dot equal, but in this case we are calling the 2 dot have dot length. So here I will simply go to the VS Code and I will copy the line number 789, and then I will come back here and I'll paste it here. And here what I'm doing is simply I will delete this part, and here I'll say 2 dot have dot length. So here we are comparing the number of characters present in the actual and expected result. So if you count this JavaScript by tester stock, including the spaces, it has total 26 characters. So this time our test will get pass. So let me just cross verify the syntax. So that's it, guys. Now let's come back to the test runner. So here I'm rerunning the test, and now this time all the expected and actual values are matching. So if you look at the test, so our test is getting passed. And if you see the last assertion, we are using the have dot length, right? So basically we are comparing the number of characters in the actual and expected value. So these are the different types of assertions we have in the Cypress automation testing. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see selectors in the Cypress web automation testing. So there are different ways of writing the selectors. By using that, we can perform the actions on the any web element in the web application. So here is the first example. By using the attribute, we can identify the web page element. So here, firstly, you need to write the tag name, followed by that attribute is equal to the attribute value. So here I have taken the one example. By using that, I'm just printing the text of the web element. If you look at the next line, I'm using the cy.log and simply I'm printing the element dot text. So by using this method, I'm printing the text of this particular web element. In the similar way, we can identify the element by using the ID. For example, if HTML tag has the attribute as ID, so simply you can use that particular ID value. So simply you need to start with the hash, followed by that you need to enter the ID value. So by using that, so in this case also we are just printing the text of this particular web element. And moving on to the next type of selector is by using the class value, you can identify the element. And also when there are multiple elements you found when you write Xpath or the CSS selectors, so you can use the first, last, and index. So if you look at this particular first example, so firstly we are identifying the element by using the dot. So you can identify any element if that tag has the class as an attribute. So simply you can specify the class value here, and by using the dot operator you can specify the class value. So it will identify the element which has the class as a attribute and which has this particular value. And in this example, so by using the first, say for example, if your selector is matching with the 10 elements, in that case if you want to perform any action on the first element, so simply you can call to the first method, and here you can add the action statement. In the similar way, if you want to perform any action on the last element, so you can call to the last method, and here you can perform the action. In the similar way, say for example, if any selector is matching with the 10 elements, out of that, if you want to perform any action on the intermediate web element, so by using the index, you can perform the action on the element. So here, after the selector, I'm using the EQ. So inside this, I'm specifying the index. So by using this index, you can perform the any intermediate element if that selector is matching with the multiple elements. And next selector is starts with and ends with. So here, so these selectors are very much similar to the first one. If you see here, so firstly we are using the tag name followed by that attribute and value. So here also we are doing the almost same. For starts with, we are using the cap symbol. Say for example, we have the attribute called type as submit. So here sub is, it stays constant. So MIT is always getting changed in those cases. So wherever you find starting value is constant, so simply you can specify the starting value here. So by using the starts with, you can identify the web element, and then you can perform the action. In the similar way, if you know the any attribute which has the ending value is constant, in that cases you can use the ends with concept, and simply you can add the dollar symbol at the end of the attribute. So another example, we have the contains. So this is also very much similar to the starts with and ends with. So in this case, we are using the tag name followed by attribute and value, but here you can observe we are using the one special operator called star. So by using this one, it is able to identify the element. So in these cases, all three cases, we are specifying the partial value. So in the first example, we are specifying the starting value of the attribute, and in the second example, we are specifying the ending value of the attribute. In this contains, we are specifying the partial value. Say for example, if we are having an attribute, if we are having an attribute that has a dynamic starting value and a dynamic ending value, and if intermediate value is remains constant, in those cases you can use the contains. Or if you know the partial value, in those cases you can use the contains also. In the similar way, we can use the Cypress contains method as well. So if you look at the syntax, we are using the Cypress, that is a cy command dot contains. So here you can add the partial text or the link text. So by using this, you can perform any action on the web element. The last one we are having is by using the tag name, we can identify the web page element, and by using that, you can simply perform the any action. So in this example, this is a tag name, and after that I'm using the EQ. By using the index approach, we are performing the click operation. Now I will go to the VS Code. Let's see all these examples with the real-time web application. Here I'll quickly create one JavaScript spec file. So here I'll say Cypress Selectors test dot cy dot gs. So that's it. And inside this JavaScript spec file, I'm going to create the one test suite and one sample test. So here I will use the describe. So by using the describe, I will create the one test suite. So here I'll say test suite name as Cypress Selectors suite. So that's it. I will put the comma, and I will add the function here. So that's it. And inside the suite, let's create a one test by using the it block. So here I'll say it, and here I will add the test name. So here I'll add the test name as Cypress Selector Test. Then I will put comma, and here I will say the function. That's it, guys. So we have the test suite by using the describe keyword, and we are having one test by using the it block. Now let's discuss the scenario. So here I will go to the google.com, and here I will search with the JavaScript by testers talk. And once we got the result, so simply I will take the some part of the URL, and I will open the another tab, and I will add it here. So firstly, we will go to this Google page, and we will identify this particular search text box, and where some text is displayed, we will get this particular text by using the text method. So firstly, let's navigate to this Google page first. So I will copy this URL, and I will go to the VS Code, and here I will use the cy command dot visit. So by using the visit, I will navigate to the URL, and after going to the URL, I will have to identify the web page element. So by using the first approach, that is by using the attribute approach, we are going to identify the element and we are going to print the text of that particular web element. So here I will inspect this element, and if you see here, which has the tag name as text area, and there are multiple attributes and values. So in this case, we are using the type is equal to search. So simply I will copy this type is equal to search, and firstly we have to use the tag name. So here I'll say tag name first, text area, and followed by that I will add the attribute is equal to value. So type is equal to search. So if you see here, it is matching with one of one element, and it is highlighting in the left side respective web element also. So simply I will copy this selector, then I will go to the VS Code, and here in the single quotation I'm adding the selector, and then I'm using the then method. So here I'm storing this element into the variable called element, and then I'm adding the function. So that's it, guys. Now I will print the this particular text from the web element. So what we have identified just now. So here I will use the cy.log. By using the log, we are going to print the text of the web element. So here I will say message as text from Google. So that's it. And I will use the plus operator to add the text. So I will take this element variable, and here I will call to the method called text. That's it, guys. Now our test is ready. Now I will go to the Cypress Test Runner, and let me just click on this specs. So here you can see that Cypress Selectors test. Simply click on the spec file what we have created just now. So our tests are getting loaded. So firstly it is navigated to the this particular Google page, and it is trying to get the element. Then it is going to print the text of the web element. And if you see the output here, so our test is getting passed, and also in the log it is printing the message text from Google, and it is printing the JavaScript by tester stock, right? In the similar way, so let's go to the second type of selector. So in this second type, we are using the hash, where HTML tag has the attribute as tag and which has a respective value. So by using this syntax, we are going to identify the element and we are going to print the text of the element. In the similar way, if you look at the same web element, right? So it has the multiple attributes, and also it has the one attribute called ID. So let's search for the ID. So I will remove the Xpath I will remove the CSS selector. And if you see this particular text area, which has multiple attributes. So there is a one attribute called ID. And if you see here, so there is an attribute called ID. So we will use this particular ID value. So here I will go to the search, and simply I will add the hash and the ID value, right? So here I have used a hash operator followed by the ID attribute value. And if you see here, so it is matching with one of one, and it is matching with the respective web element. So simply I will copy this particular selector, and in the similar way before that, let's use the same statement. I will copy all these three statements, and here I will say text from Google 1 and text from Google 2. So here I will add the CSS selector. We have identified an element by using the ID. So I will take this CSS selector and I will add it in the get method. So that's it, guys. So firstly, we have identified an element by using the attribute. And in the second case, we are identifying an element by using the ID. So let's rerun the test. So this time also it is going to print the web element text. And if you see here, so firstly it is printing the text as JavaScript by tester stock. So first time it is identified by using the attribute. Second time Cypress is identifying the element by using the ID, and it is able to get the text of the web element. Now let's move on to the next type of selectors. So if you look at the third one, so where we are talking about the class, first, last, and intermediate. So let's look at the Google page here. So if I inspect the videos link, right, so which has the multiple tags and attributes, if I go a little bit up, so which has the class as the value, right? So if I take this particular class value and in the find, simply I will add the dot, and I will add the respective class value. So right now it is matching with the all these elements. And if I go inside, so there are anchor tags, 3 anchor tags. And first anchor tag is highlighting on the videos, and second anchor tag is highlighting the GitHub, and third anchor tag is highlighting the YouTube. So simply I will add the one greater than symbol here, and I will add the A. Right now it is matching with the 4 elements. The first element is videos, second element is GitHub, and third element is YouTube, and fourth element is images, right? Say for example, so right now we are identifying an element by using the class, that is a dot operator and followed by the class value. And simply I will take this particular CSS selector. If I want to click on the first element, so simply you can call to the first method and you can perform the any action. Right now we are clicking on that particular first link, that is the videos link. So I will go to the VS Code now, and here I will say cy dot get. Firstly we will add the selector, and then here I'm calling to the method called first. Then I'm calling to the method called click. So we are performing the click operation. So that's it, guys. Now let me go to the VS Code, sorry, test runner, and I will run the Cypress test now. So it should click on the videos. Right now it is not yet clicked. So this is the initial page. And if you see here, so automatically video tab is getting highlighted now. And if you look at the test also, our test is getting passed, right? So similarly, so in this scenario, if I see the fourth element, so it is highlighting the images. So let me show you once again. So this is the first element. So right now we have clicked on the videos. So this is the second element. This is the third element, that is a YouTube. And fourth element is images. For example, if I want to click on the last element, that is images, so you can perform the any operation on that particular element. So by calling to the method called last year. So simply you can copy this. So I will comment this particular line, and here I will say above as first element, and I will copy this once again and I'll paste it down here. So here I'll say last element. So this time we are clicking on the images button. So here I'll say last. That's it, guys. Now I will run the Cypress test once again. So this time we should be able to click on the images button or images link. So if you see here, so our Cypress test is clicking on the images, and also you can look at the test status. Our test status is getting passed. So this is working as expected. Now let's use the index approach. So here I will say index, and I will comment this part. So if you look at these web elements, say for example, if I want to click on the GitHub or YouTube, so by using the index, you can click on this. You can perform any action on the particular web element. So that is not an issue. So always index starts with the 0. So in this case, 0 is nothing but the videos, 1 is nothing but the GitHub, 2 is nothing but the YouTube, and 3 is nothing but the images. Say for example, I want to click on the GitHub. So in this case, I will specify the index as the 1. So here I will go to the VS Code, and here I will say dot eq, then I will specify the index as 1. So that's it. So simply I will rerun the Cypress test once again. So this time it will click on the GitHub button or a GitHub link. And if you see here, so GitHub is getting highlighted and also our test is getting passed, right? So we are able to click on the GitHub link successfully. So this is how you can use the class first method and last method, and by using the index approach, you can perform the action on the any of the elements when element is matching with the multiple elements. Now let's see how to write an selectors for the starts with, ends with, and contains. For starts with, we have to specify the starting attribute value, and in the ends with, we have to specify the ending attribute value, and we have to use the respective symbols for the starts with and the ends with, and for the contains also. So where we are specifying the some partial attribute value. So let's see all these three examples. I will go to the Google page here. So I will inspect the search icon here. And if you look at this particular element, which has the button, and if I scroll a little bit right side, which has the type as the attribute and the value as submit. So here I'm just writing a simple selector for the starts with. So I will use the type attribute, and I will add the starting value of the type attribute. So here I will say, firstly I will write the tag name as button, and followed by that I'm adding the attribute name as type, and I will add the cap symbol. So we are right now writing the CSS selector for the starts with. So in the double quotes, I'm specifying the just sub. So here I'm adding the starting value of the type attribute. So if in some cases what happens, so ending value will be always dynamic. So it will be keep on changing. In those cases, you can use the starts with concept. So I will go to the VS Code now, and I will comment this part, and I will come down here. So here I will add the comment as starts with, and I will start using the cy command dot. Here I'll say get. Firstly, let's identify the element by using the get. So once we get the element, so simply we will perform the click operation on the element. So that's it. Now I will go back to the test runner, and here I will rerun the Cypress test. So this is the initial screen. So it has not clicked on the search icon. So after clicking on the search icon, so you can observe these results. So it will be different sometimes. So sometimes it will display the same results. So it looks like it is already clicked on the search icon. So let's rerun the test once again. So this is the initial page. And if you see the that particular icon, so it has already clicked on the search icon. And also it is our test is getting passed here, right? In the similar way, let's use the ends with concept. So if you see the attribute type, so simply I will add the last three characters, that is MIT, and you need to add the after the attribute dollar symbol to identify the element by using the ends with. And if you see here, so it is matching with the search icon, and also it is matching with the one of one element. So simply I will copy this. So here I will comment this part, and then here I will say ends with. So here we are adding the ending attribute value by using the Cypress command. So here I'm calling to the method called get, and I'm adding the selector that is ends with. Then we are going to click on the particular element. That's it, guys. Now I will run the Cypress test. So this is the initial screen of the Google page in our case. So if you can observe over here, so it is clicked on the search, and so it is loading the page, and also you can see the results here. So I will rerun once again. So you can observe this particular search icon. Whenever it is clicking on this particular search icon, so it is getting highlighted this search icon. So I will rerun this particular test. And now this is the initial screen. You can observe to the search icon. And if you see here, so it is clicking on the search icon. Now let's use the contains approach. By using that, we can write the CSS selector. So I will go back to our Google page. So here, if you see the attribute and value, so I will not write the starting letter S and ending letter T. So I will specify the some partial text of the type attribute. So I will specify the UB and MI. And here I will enter the star as the operator, and here I'll say UB MI. That's it. So it is able to locate the element by using the contains also. So you can copy this selector, and I will go back to the VS Code. So here I will say contains. Here I'll say CSS selector, and then I will add the CSS selector value. So that's it, guys. Now I will run the Cypress test once again. And this is the initial screen. So still it is loading the page, and it is clicking on the search icon, and we are getting the results. And also you can see the test output also. So our test is getting passed, right? So this is the contains approach of the CSS selector. Now let's see an example for the Cypress contains selector. So here in this Google page, so if I search with the test stock partial text or the link text, if I mention inside the contains, so it will click on the wherever test stock link is available, simply it will click on the respective link. So here I will go to the VS Code, and here I will say, so here I will add the comment as contains, and here I will add the Cypress. So after the cy command, here I'm using cy dot contains command. Inside this one, I'm adding the link text, that is a testers talk, and simply we are clicking on that particular YouTube channel by using the click method. So that's it. Now I will go back to the test runner, and here I will run the Cypress test. So after going to the Google page, it should navigate to the tester stock YouTube channel. And if you see here, so it is navigated to the tester stock YouTube channel. Now let's look at the next selector. By using the tag name, you can identify the any web element, and then you can perform the action. So for this example, so here I'm navigating to the YouTube, and here I'll say testers talk. So here I will go to this particular YouTube channel, that is a testers talk channel, and here I will inspect the home or videos. And if you look at the DOM details, so I will go little above here, and if you see the tag name, so this is something which is unique tag name. So simply I will copy this tag name, and if I come down little bit, so under this particular tp-yt-paper-tab, under this particular tag, there is a subtag called div. So which is exactly highlighting the respective element. If you look at on the left side, so right now it is highlighting the videos. So after identifying this particular element by using the tag name, so I will add the div tag. So here I will press Ctrl F. So here I have added the first tag name, and next I will add the another tag name called div. So it is matching with the very first element, that is home, and if I press enter, it is highlighting the videos, and if I'm pressing another enter, so it is highlighting the shorts, and it is now live, so on. So it is matching all these elements over here, right? So let's try to click on the videos. Once we navigate to this particular URL, so we will click on the videos by using the index approach. So I will copy this URL first. So we have to navigate to this particular URL, and here I will comment this part, and I will go above, and here I will add the comments from line number 4 to the line number 12 as the multi-line comment. Now, firstly, we have to navigate to the URL by using the cy.visit, and here I'm adding the URL. That's it. After going to URL, so now we have to identify the element by using the get. So in the single quotation inside the get method, we will specify the locator. So I will copy this locator. So I will add the locator here. And if you see here in this case, so it is matching with total 10 elements. So we want to perform an action on the videos link, right? So here 0 is nothing but the home, 1 is nothing but the videos, right? So simply I will specify the index by using the EQ method. So here I'll say 1. Then simply you can call to the click method, so which will perform the click operation. So that's it, guys. Now I will go back to the Cypress Test Runner, and here I will rerun the test. So firstly, it will navigate to the test talk YouTube channel, and then it will navigate to the, right now it is in the home, and then it is clicked on the videos tab, and our test is getting passed, if you see on the left side. So let's try to click on the shorts also. So if I specify the index as 2, it will click on the shorts also. So I have saved the code, and here I will run the Cypress test once again. So this time it will click on the shorts link, and if you see the on the right side, so it is able to click on the shorts link, and also our test is getting passed. So this is how you can identify the element by using the tag name. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to use Xpath in the Cypress web automation testing. Cypress directly will not support for the Xpath. So if you look at this VS Code, if I go to one of the JS file, and if I use cy.xpath, so I'm not getting any suggestions here, right? So to use the Xpath in the Cypress web automation testing, so you need to follow these 3 steps. First, we have to install the plugin called Cypress Xpath, and then in the support folder, so we have the e2e.js file. We have to include this particular statement require Cypress Xpath, and then we can start using the Cypress dot, that is a cy.xpath, and then we can add the Xpath inside the Xpath method. So let's start installing this particular Cypress Xpath. So here I will go to the project folder, and here I will open the command prompt, and here I'll say npm install, and then -d Cypress -xpath. So that's it. So it will take few seconds, and it will install the Cypress Xpath. And so we got the plugin got installed. Once you install the plugin, so we have to go to the VS Code, and here under support folder there is a class called so there is a JavaScript file called e2e.js. So here we have to add the require. So here I'll say Xpath. Then here you need to add the statement called require, and under the required you need to add the Cypress Xpath. So that's it. So once you add this particular statement inside the etui.js file, simply close the JS file. And if I come back to the one of the JS file, if I type cy.xpath, now I am getting the Xpath suggestion, right? Now let's quickly create a test suite and test, and inside that we will create the Xpath locator flow. Here I'm adding the .js file as Cypress Xpath test dot cy.js. So that's it. So simply I will go to the another JS file and I will copy the whole code and I will come back to the Cypress Xpath test, and here I will delete the not required code. And here I will update the first suite name as Cypress Xpath suite, and here I will add the test name as Cypress Xpath test. So that's it. So I will delete all these and I will delete the rest of the code. So that's it, guys. Now let's discuss the manual scenario first, and we will come back to this VS Code. So we will navigate to this Google page firstly, and I'll copy this URL and I'll put it inside the visit method. That's it. Now we are going to identify the search text box. So here we are performing total 2 scenarios. First, we will identify the search text box and we will clear this particular search text box and we will enter some data here, some keywords. So that's the first scenario. Second scenario is by using the Xpath, we will identify the another element called YouTube, and we will click on this particular YouTube link also. So let's see the first flow now. I will inspect this particular search text box, and if you see the HTML tag details, it has many attributes and values. So here I'm referring the one attribute called type is equal to search. So simply I will copy this and I will press Ctrl F. So here I'm writing an Xpath starting with 2/* So here you can specify the tag name or star, and followed by that inside the square brackets you need to write the @ followed by attribute name and you need to assign the respective value. So that's it. So after entering the Xpath, so it is highlighting with the text box. So simply I will copy this Xpath and I will go to the VS Code. So here I'll use the cy cypress command dot Xpath, and in the single quotation I will add the Xpath here, and then so I want to clear this particular text whatever is displayed, then we will enter something here. So here I will call the dot clear method. So this will deletes the text which is there previously. Then in the same element, in the same Xpath, I'm going to type something. So here I'll say type method, and here I will add the text as API testing by tester stock. So that's it, guys. So this is a scenario right now. So next scenario is we will identify this particular YouTube link and we will click on the YouTube link by using the Cypress Xpath. Now I will go to the VS Code and I will select the JavaScript file which we have created just now, and it is started the test execution. So now it is loaded the Google page and it has already cleared the text and it is searching with the API testing by just it is entering the text in the text box. So that's it, guys. And if you look at the test status, our test is getting passed, right? Now I will come back to the browser, and now this time I'm going to write another Xpath which will identify this particular link, that is the YouTube. So after going to this particular Google page, we are going to click on the YouTube link by using the Xpath. So simply I will enter first two forward slash, and followed by that I'm entering the star. Inside the square brackets I'm entering text method equal to. By using the text method I'm going to identify the YouTube link. So here I'm entering the YouTube, and if you see here on the left side, that particular element is getting highlighted. So we are able to identify the web element by using the Xpath. We have used a text method. So after clearing this particular text box and we are entering something in that particular text box, then I'm going to use another cy command dot xpath. So here I'm adding the xpath what we have written just now, and here I'll say just click. So this will perform the click operation. That's it, guys. Now I will go back to the Cypress Test Runner and I will run the test once again. So this is the first scenario got executed, and if you look at the next scenario, so it has clicked on the YouTube also. Even you can click on the GitHub also. If you specify here GitHub, so it will click on the GitHub also, right? So simply I will copy this particular XPath and I will paste it inside the XPath method. So now this time our Cypress command will click on the GitHub link at the end of the test. So this is how you can use the XPath in the Cypress web automation testing. So it is throwing some error. So let me re-execute once again. So it is very easy, guys. Just you need to install the one plugin, and after that you can start using the cy.xpath. And if you see here, so finally it has clicked on the GitHub link, right? So and also you can see the test status. Our test is getting passed. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to run the Cypress test from the Visual Studio Code. So you can install one extension called Cypress tests for the VS Code, and after that you can run the Cypress test from the VS Code. So here I'm opening my VS Code, that is a Visual Studio Code, and here you can go to the extensions and here search for the Cypress tests for VS Code. So that's it. So here you will get the very first result, Cypress tests for VS Code, and simply click on install, and that's it, done. And then you can go to the folder structure of your project, and here simply close this extension. Now so simply here I will press the Control Shift P and simply type the Cypress. So recently I have executed my Cypress test in the UI mode, so that's the reason it is showing recently used. So after typing the Cypress here, you can run your Cypress test in the UI mode, and also you can run your test in the headless mode. So right now I'm trying to run my Cypress test in the UI mode. So it basically brings up the test runner, and where you can select all the configurations, and here you need to select the browser, and that's it. And then you can select the whatever the JS file you want to execute it, and this will execute all the tests which are there inside the Cypress selector test. So that's it, guys. So in this scenario, what we are doing is we are going to the this Google page, and we are simply clicking on the JavaScript by tester stock. Tester stock. So this is how you can execute the Cypress test from the VS Code or the Visual Studio Code. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to work with drop-down list in the Cypress web automation testing. So there are three ways to select the drop-down value. First one is by using the index, we can click on the drop-down value. And second one is visible text. Third one is by using the value, we can select the drop-down value from the drop-down list. Now let's look at the manual scenario. Then we will automate it in the couple of minutes. So I will navigate to this particular URL, that is example.cypress.io, and followed by that commands and actions. If I scroll a little bit down, we are having the one drop-down list. So from this particular drop-down list, we will be selecting the any of the values by using the index, visible text, and value. Now let's go to the VS Code. Let's quickly create the one JavaScript spec file. So here I'll say dropdown test.cy.js. So here I have created a JavaScript spec file, and simply I will copy the one of the test from the other JS file and I'll paste it here. So I will delete all other stuff which are not required. And here I will update the test suite name. So here I'll say dropdown list suite. And here I will update the test name as dropdown list test. So that's it. So firstly, we will navigate to this particular URL. So I will copy this URL and I will go to the VS Code. So I will add the URL here. So by using the visit command, so simply we are navigating to the given URL. And after that, so we have to inspect this particular drop-down value. So that is a drop-down list element. And if you see here, so this has the select tag. So firstly, we have to identify this select tag. So in my case, I'm identifying this particular select tag first by using the class value. So simply I will use the dot, followed by that I'm specifying so let me scroll a little bit down. So these first 7 elements are matching with the script, and after that at last it is matching with our drop down list, right? So let's take this particular class. No need to worry about the other first 7 matches. So it is matching with only one element, that is the drop down list. So simply I will use the cy dot, here I'll say get. So I will add the selector here, and after adding the selector, so simply I am calling to the method called select. So here I can pass index, visible text, or I can pass the value. So let's see the first index approach. And if you see this particular drop down list, so which has the 4 values, right? The first value is selected fruit, and the second value is apples, oranges, bananas. So based on the index, first we will select the drop down value. So here 0 is nothing but the selected fruit, and 1 is nothing but apples, and 2 is nothing but the oranges, and so on. Say for example, I want to select the apples. So here I need to pass the index as the 1. So simply I will pass the index as 1 here. So that's it. So this is by using the index approach, we are selecting the drop down list value. So that's it, guys. Now I will go back to the Cypress Test Runner, and here I will open my JS file. So currently it is loading the tests. And if you look at here, so it is started executing the test also. And if you see the right side screen, so it has selected the apples, right? So if I refresh this particular page, so default value is different. So if you see here, so this is a default value. So we have selected the apple from the drop down list by using the index. So now let's try to select the, so this time we are going to select the oranges. So in this case, I need to pass the index as, so this is 0, 1 and 2. To select the oranges, I need to pass the index as 2. So simply I will pass the index as 2 here, and that's it. I will come back to the test runner and then I will run the test. And if you see here, so it has selected the oranges. Now let's see the second approach, how you can pass the visible text. And if you see this particular drop down list, so simply you can pass the visible text here. Say for example, I want to select a bananas, right? Simply you can pass the bananas directly in the select method. So I will copy this particular part and I will comment it as of now. So this time we are going to select the bananas by using the visible text. So here I'll say visible text. So that's it. In the single quotation, I will pass the visible text. So here I'll say bananas. So that's it. So let me remove the another comma here. So this time we are going to select the bananas from the drop down value. So by using the visible text. So here I rerun the test, and if you see here, bananas got selected. And so this is the second approach. Now let's look at the third approach by using the value, how you can select the drop down value. So here I'll say value. And if you inspect this particular element right, so here you will get the list of options tag. And in this option tag, you'll be seeing the one attribute called value. To select the particular value, say for example, if I want to select the oranges, so I need to pass this particular value attribute value here. So let's select the oranges. So simply I will copy this value attribute value and I'll come back to the VS Code. So here I will pass the value from the HTML details. So that's it guys. Now I will rerun the test once again. So this time we are going to select the oranges. So if you see here, oranges got selected and also our test is getting passed. And similar way, let's try to select the some other value this time. So here I will try to select the apples this time. So I will pass the value attribute value. And that's it. And if I rerun the test, so our test will work fine. And we are able to select the apples this time. And also our test is getting passed. So this is how you can work with the drop-down list in the Cypress web automation testing.
In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to handle iframes in the Cypress web automation testing. So let's create a simple file here. So inside the project root folder, I'm adding a I'm adding a file called iframes demo.html. So which has the iframe basically. So simply I will copy this and I'll paste it inside the .html file. So no need to worry about this code. This code is already available in the GitHub page. So that's it. I have created a .html file which has the iframe. So after that, here I'm creating a simple file inside the E2E. The file name is iframe test.cy.js. So that's it. Now, so here I'm creating a simple one test, and here I will delete the not required code. And then I will provide the test suite name as iframe suite. And then here I will say test name as iframe test. So that's it. So now I will open the .html file. Here I will go to the file explorer and I will open the .html file just now what we have created. And if I inspect this particular any of the element inside this particular grid, Say for example, here I'm inspecting the about. And if you see here, so this is the anchor tag. And if I go up a little bit, so here you will be seeing the iframe tag. So directly I cannot perform any action on this particular elements. Say for example, it can be about, download, any elements within this particular grid. I cannot perform the actions directly. So let's write a quickly one test, and there it will never perform the any action on this particular elements. And after that, we'll see what is the resolution to handle the iframes in the Cypress web automation testing. So simply I will navigate to this particular HTML file. So by using the visit command, so here I'll say dot slash. So here I'm writing dot slash because my iframes demo.html file is present inside our root folder. So after that I will specify the file name iframes demo.html. That's it. Firstly, we are navigating to the one of the page, that's the HTML page, and then by using the cy dot, here I'm using the contents, and here I will specify the link text, so which is there inside the grid. So here simply I will pass the about. I want to click on the about this time, right? You can try to click on even downloads also. Later we will see in this same session. We will try to perform the action on the downloads also. So here I'll say about as of now, and here I'll say the action as click. I want to click on that particular about link. That's it. So if I run this particular test from the test runner, so let me reload the spec file, and I will select the iframe test.cy.js file. So this time we will be unable to identify this particular about link, and if you see here, we are unable to identify this particular element, right? So solution for this is, firstly we have to install the one plugin called Cypress iframe. So in my case I have already installed, so simply you can type npm install -d cypress -iframe. So here it has added two packages, and second time I tried installing it, so you will get the message like this. So it is up to date, right? So that's it. Simply you need to install this particular Cypress iframe plugin. After the installation, it will take just few seconds. It will take just 3 to 4 seconds. And once the installation is completed, so you need to add the one import statement in the JavaScript spec file. So here I will go to the JS file and I will add this particular import statement. And here I will go to the top of the JS file, and here I'll say import, followed by that you need to say Cypress -iframe. That's it. So far we have installed the plugin called Cypress iframe, and then we have imported the Cypress -iframe. Now we need to load the iframe by using the ID or names. So let's get the first name. So here I will go to the HTML file what we have created just now, and if you see the iframe tag which has the ID and name also. So simply I will use this particular attribute, and I'll copy this and I'll press Ctrl F, and here I will put the attribute and value in the square bracket. And if you see here, so it is highlighting that particular grid or the particular iframe. Simply copy this, and here in this VS Code, so after opening any URL or any of the website, so in our case we are taking the localhost URL. So here I'm using the cy.frame loaded. So inside this method, simply we have to pass the frame name or frame ID. So right now we are passing the frame name. So next time we will try to pass the frame ID also. And after that, once you added the frame loaded, and whenever you are performing any action on the element which is there inside this particular iframe, So simply you need to add the another statement after the CY. So here you have to add the iframe. So this is a method, and after that simply say dot. That's it, guys. So we are done. So we are done with these three steps. We have installed the plugin, we have imported the statement, then we have loaded the frame by using the names. Now let's go to the test runner. Now let's run the Cypress test now. So we should be able to click on the about, right? And if you see here, our test is getting passed, and also we are able to click on the about also, right? So let's rerun once again, and our test is working fine, right? We are able to click on this time. So by you installing the Cypress iframe. Now let's try to click on the downloads. So instead of here, I will replace about with the downloads. So that's it. Now I will rerun the Cypress test once again. So this time we should be able to click on the downloads. If you see here, so we have clicked on the downloads. So this is a one way how you can load the frame by using the name of the frame. So now this time we will use the ID to load the frame. So simply I will comment this part and I will come down, and here we will pass the ID of the frame. So here I will go to the HTML details. So if you see here, so it has the ID as button frame. So here I'll say hash, and I will write the value as button frame. And if you see here, so we are able to locate the frame. Simply copy this particular locator, that is a selector, and paste it inside the frame loading. So here I'll say frame ID. That's it. So still our test should work fine, because this time we are loading a frame by using the ID of the frame. Here I will come back to the test runner and I will rerun the Cypress test. And if you see here, so we are able to click on the downloads, and also our test is working fine. So this is how you can work with the iframes in the Cypress web automation testing.
In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to scroll up, how to scroll down in the Cypress web automation testing. Let's look at the manual scenario first. So here I will go to the youtube.com, and here I'm searching for the JavaScript by testers talk. So here I will get the first playlist. So here I will go to the JavaScript by testers talk playlist. So let's wait for a few seconds. So it is got loaded. That's it. So here we will scroll down till end of the playlist, and here we will click on the last second video, that is a JavaScript 31 inheritance with examples. So we'll see how to scroll down and how to click on the this particular link by using the Cypress. Now I will navigate to the VS Code, and here I will simply delete all this stuff. So just now I tried this scenario. Simply I will delete this JS file as well. So let's create a quickly one JS file inside the E2E folder. So here I'll say scroll down up.cy.js. So that's it. So inside this particular JS file, I will add the one simple test. So here I'll copy paste the old code, and which has the skeleton of the test suite and test. So let's add the suite name here. So here I'll say scroll up down suite, and in the similar way here I'll add the test name as scroll test. So first we have to navigate to the this particular URL. Let's copy the URL, and here I will add it inside the visit method. That's it. So once we navigated to this particular URL, so let's wait for some time because it is a heavy loaded application. It has many videos. So that's the reason here I'm giving the wait as 5000 milliseconds. That's it. Now we will identify this particular video by using the visible link text. So simply I will copy this particular text and I will go back here. Here I will use the cy.contains method. So inside the contains method, I will add the text, whatever we copied it from the web page. And after that, so here I'm saying scroll into view method. So simply I'm calling to the method called scroll into view, and then followed by that, I'm calling another method called should. So here I'm saying inside the single quote b dot visible. So here I'm saying to this particular Cypress command, scroll into view until this particular text is found in the playlist. So that's where I have added the should. Until this text is visible, simply scroll in the playlist. That's it. Once you found the video, simply click on that particular video. That's it, guys. And then at the end, I'm calling the click method. So that's it, guys. So we have written just 3 lines of code. In the first line, we are navigating to the playlist, and here we are waiting for the 5 seconds. Then here we are scrolling in the playlist. Once we got the video with this particular title, then we are simply clicking on that particular video. That's it, guys. Now I will go to the Cypress Test Runner, and here I will open the JS file which is created just now, and it has started the test execution. And if you see here, it is navigated to the playlist, and after navigating to that particular URL, so it is waiting for some time, and then finally it is clicking on this particular video which we have mentioned in our test, right? And if you see the test status also, our test is getting passed. So here you can mention even another video title also. Say for example, I want to click on the JavaScript full course overview. So simply you can copy this text, that's a visible text, and put it inside the contains method. So now this time let's try to click on the last video in the playlist. And now I will come back to the Cypress Test Runner and I will run the test. So if you look at this one, so it has clicked on the last video in the playlist, right? And if you see here, so this is the last video, JavaScript course overview, and you can cross verify. So this is the last video in the playlist. So our test is working fine, and if you see the test status, so our test is getting passed. So this is how you can scroll up or down in the Cypress web automation testing. Hi friends, this is Bakappa. Welcome to Cypress full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the Cypress full course. You can Google it with Bakappa and GitHub. And here you can go to the tester stock, Bakappa and GitHub, and our repositories. And here search with Cypress. And you will get the Cypress tutorial full course. Go inside that particular repository. And here you can simply click on the code. And by using this URI, you can get the whole repository code in your local machine. Hi friends, this is Bakappa. So far you have seen how to get started with Cypress and how to use the Cypress Studio to record and playback the automation test. And you have seen how to write the first Cypress automation test and you have seen how to run the Cypress test on the different browsers. And then also we have seen how to use the Intellisense auto code completion in the Cypress. And then we have seen how to use the different types of assertions in the Cypress to validate the things in the Cypress. And also we have seen how to use the selectors or CSS selectors in the Cypress. And then we have seen how to use the Xpath in the Cypress tool. And also we have seen how to handle the dropdowns, iframes, and also I have discussed how to scroll up or down in the Cypress automation framework. In this Cypress tutorial full course, chapter 3, we are going to see what are hooks and how to implement hooks in the Cypress automation framework. And then we will see how to skip a test from the test suite execution. And next we are going to see how to run a particular test multiple times. So when you want to check the stability of an application or stability of the automation script. And then we will see how to auto retry the fail test. Say for example, whenever one test is got failed, so you want to auto retry that particular test. So we will see how to do that. And then we will see how to generate the HTML report in the Cypress automation framework. Next, we are going to look at how to run the multiple JavaScript spec files. And finally, we are seeing how to group the Cypress test and how to execute the group of automation tests. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see what are hooks and how to use hooks in the Cypress automation testing. So let's understand what are hooks first. So this is a code block that will be executed before and after the automation test. So we have total 4 hooks in the Cypress. One is before, second one is after, third one is before each, and fourth one is after each. The first one before, so this particular code block will be getting executed before all the automation test, and after is exactly opposite to the before. So this code block will be getting executed after the all the test execution. And coming to the next one before each, as name itself says that, so this code block will be getting executed before each automation test, and after each is exactly opposite to the before each. So this after each block will be getting executed after the each test cases. So especially when you are dealing with a database connection or Excel connection or reading the data from the Excel, or you want to create some precondition test data for the test cases. So those kind of functionality can be implemented in the hooks. And after completing the test execution, so you want to clean up the test data or you want to close the database connection or the Excel connection. So those functionality code can be written inside the hooks. So let's see an example for the hooks in the Cypress. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and here quickly I will create the one JavaScript spec file. So here I'll say hooks test.cy.js. So that's it. And here I will copy the one of the JS file code. So that has the test suite and test in it. So simply I will delete all unnecessary code. So which is already commented over there. And then we will update the test suite name, test name. Now let's update the test suite name as, here I will give the suite name as hooks test suite. So that's it. Then I will provide the test name as hooks test. That's it. So here I will give the test one. So because we are going to create the another similar test now. So here I will copy the same test and I will paste it down. So that's it. So I will provide the test name as hooks test 2. That's it. Now let's use the hooks. That's a before and after. So here in this VS Code, so simply I will write the before. So this code block will be getting executed before executing all the test. So here I'll say one message as running before all test. That's it. Then I will add the arrow function. And inside this, I'm writing one simple log by using the cy.log. So here I'm printing the one message called running before all test. That's it. And in the similar way, I will add the after also. So this code block will be getting executed after executing the hooks test 1 and hooks test 2. So this code block will be getting executed before executing the any test execution here. So here I will say after, and here I will say the log as running after all test. So that's it, guys. Now I will go back to the Cypress Test Runner and I will refresh the spec file. Then I will open the hooks test.cy.js file. So it has started the executing very first test, that is a hooks test 1. And if you see the log over here, so it has executed the before all code. So that is a before code block. Now hooks test 2 is getting executed. And if you see the test count here, our two tests are getting passed. So let's look at the logs. So firstly, I will open the hooks test 1. And if you see here, so this particular log is printing from the before. If you see here, so this message is written over here in this before code block. And in the similar way, if I come down, so nothing is printed in the hooks test 1. So after completing the execution of the hooks test 2, at the end, you can see that after code block got executed. And here you can see the log also running after all test. And you can see the running after all test, right? So this is how you can add the before and after code block in the Cypress. Now let's see how to add the before each and after each code block in the Cypress automation testing. So that is nothing but the hooks in the Cypress. So here simply I'm saying before each. And in the similar way, we have to provide the name of the code block as, so here I'll say running before each test. Then I will put comma and here I'll add the function arrow. That's it. So in the similar way, I will add the another log inside the before each hooks. So here I'll say running before each test. That's it, guys. So similarly, I will add the another code block. That's a fourth hook. That is a after each. So here I'll say running after each test. So that's it, guys. Now we are done with adding the all the hooks in the Cypress JavaScript file. Now I will go back to the test runner and I will rerun the test once again. So there is some error it seems. So let's look at the error. Just give me a second, guys. I will check what is the issue here. Yeah, we have not provided the correct hook name here. So that's the reason it was not loading the JS files. Let me reload all the test now. So if you see here, so first test is getting executed now and it has started the test 2 also. So let me go to the hooks test one. So this is a particular message is coming from the before. So this log is coming from the before hook, and then we have another log that is a before each. So this log is coming from the before each code block. Then, and if I come down in the same test, so at the end you will be able to see the another log that is the after each. So whatever the code you have written inside the before each and after each, so this code block will be getting executed before executing any test, and after each code block will get executed after the each test cases. And if I come down in the hooks too, in the similar way, before each got executed and after each got executed, and at last you can see the running after all the test. So that is nothing but the after code block got executed. Now this time what we will do is, if you look at the hooks test 1 and hooks test 2, so simply we are launching the browser in each of the test. So I don't want to execute this particular cy.visit command in the all the test. So basically I will comment this part from the test 2, and I will cut this particular line and I will put it inside the before each. So still our code will work fine because we are doing a little code optimization. That's it. So if I go back to the test runner and if I run the test once again, our test will work fine without any issues. So any preconditions are there, that precondition functionality you can implement in the hooks basically. So that's very normal in manual test cases. Every test case will have the some precondition. So that precondition functionality can be implemented in the hooks. And if you see here, our two tests are working fine, and two tests are getting passed. And you can see the at the end, you can see the log from the after hook, and also you can see the in the beginning, that's the before hook code block got executed. So this is how you can implement the hooks in the Cypress automation testing. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to skip a test in the Cypress automation framework. So here I will go to the VS Code, and here I'll take the copy of the Cypress selectors test.cy.js file. So simply I will copy this file and I will paste it inside the E2E folder. Then I will rename the file with the, so here I'll say skip test.cy.js. So that's it. So I will open the file, and here, so right now only one test is there. So here I will update the test suite name as skip test suite, and here I'll say test name as skip test one, I will say. So simply I will copy this same test and I will paste it another 2 times. Then we will have the total 3 tests. So here I will rename the test name. So here I will give this one as a skip test 3 and this one as a skip test 2. So currently we are having total 3 tests under the skip test suite. So let's execute all these tests first. Then we will see how to skip a test in the Cypress tool. So here I will open the spec file and I will open the test again. So here I will click on the JS file which we have created just now. So it is started executing the very first test, that is a skip test 1. So let it execute all 3 test cases this time, and then we will see how to skip a test from the test suite execution. So there can be a n number of reasons why we will be skipping a test from the test suite executions. So reasons can be functionality might have changed, or functionality might have removed it, or it can be a reason of already known bug is present. So these are the some reasons why we will be skipping a test from the test suite execution. Now skip test 3 is getting executed. And if you see the count here, so right now 2 tests are passed. Right now it is executing the skip test 3. And here we will skip test 2 and only skip test 1 and skip test 3 will be getting executed in next couple of minutes. So now skip test 3 is getting executed. And if you see the count here, so total 3 tests are there. So all the 3 tests are getting passed. So it is very easy in the Cypress. So let's skip a test. So that is a skip test 2. So after the it keyword, simply press dot, and here you call to the one method called skip. That's it, guys. So this will disable this particular test from the test suite execution. Now skip test 2 will not execute this time. So I will go back to the test suite, and here I will rerun the Cypress test. So this time only skip test 1 and skip test 3 will be getting executed, and skip test 2 will be skipped for this time. And if you see here, skip test 1 got executed and skip test 2 is got already skipped. So it is not executing in the as a part of the test suite execution because we have skipped it. And now, and if you see the count here, 2 tests are getting passed and 1 test is getting skipped. So this is how you can skip a test in the Cypress automation testing. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to run the test multiple times. So for example, to check the stability of an application, to check the stability of an automation script. So we might be running the same test multiple times. So syntax for that is very simple. So you need to use the Cypress followed by that dot underscore dot followed by that times. So for this times method, you need to pass number of times you want to execute the automation test, and then you need to specify the variable, and then you need to pass the automation test here. So let's look at the example. I will go to the VS Code now. Here I will quickly create a one JavaScript spec file. So here I'll say repeat test.cy.js. So simply I will go to the one of the JS file and I will copy all the stuff and I'll paste it here. So I will remove the second test. So I will keep only one test. So let's rename the test suite name as. So here I'll say repeat test suite and I will rename the test name as repeat test one. That's it. So before the it block, right? So here I'm using Cypress dot underscore dot. So here I'm calling the method called times. So here we have to pass the number of times we want to run this particular test. So as of now, I will specify 2, and next time we will try to pass the 3 as well. So here I will give the some variable name, and after that arrow function, then I will open the braces and I will close it. So simply I will cut this particular below test it block and I will paste it inside the Cypress block now. That's it, guys. Now we have created a JavaScript spec file which runs the same test 2 times. Now I will go to the Cypress Test Runner and here I will refresh the page. Then I will open the spec file just now created. So here I'll say repeat test.cy.js. And if you see here, so by default it is populated the same test 2 times. So here you can see it repeat test 1 and also here you can see that repeat test another one. So right now test 1 is getting executed for the first time and same test is getting executed second time. And here you can see the count also. So our 2 tests are getting passed. So now this time I will mention the 3 here. So I want to run 3 times same test to check the application stability. So I will refresh, sorry, I will rerun the test. And if you see here, so now this time we got the 3 tests once again. For the first time, our test is getting executed, and now it is executing the same test second time. So now the same test is getting executed third time also. So this is how we can run the same test multiple times to check the stability of an application or to check the stability of an automation script in the Cypress automation testing. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to rerun a test or how to retry a test automatically when test is getting failed. The syntax is very simple. So inside the test, we have to pass this particular object. So we have to pass the retries keyword colon, and here we have to pass the count. So that's a number. So for example, if I want to run 2 times, so here I have to pass the 1 as the numeric value. So let's see an example how you can rerun the test automatically when test is getting failed. So here I will go to the VS Code now, and here I will quickly create a one JavaScript spec file. So here I'll say retry test.cy.js. So that's it. So simply I will go to the one of the JS file and I will copy the one test and which has the test suite. So here I will paste it. So here I will delete the not required code. So that's it, guys. Now I will rename the test suite name as, so here I'll say retry rerun rerun suite, and in the similar way I will add the test name as retry and rerun test. That's it. We have added a simple test here. And now, so let me go to the Cypress runner and we will try to run this particular test now. So here I will go to the test runner and I will refresh the spec file. So this time our test will work fine. So here I will open the retry test.cy.js file. So this time our test will work fine. So there will be no issues in the automation test. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed. Now I will intentionally fail this particular test by passing the incorrect class value here. So here I will say testers talk. That's it. So this time in this particular line, it is unable to identify the element which has the this particular class name, and it will be not able to perform the click operation also. So that's the reason our script will get fail. And if I rerun the same test, so this time our test will get fail because test will be unable to identify the element. And then we will add the retry approach. And if you see here, so we got the assertion error. So it is saying that it is unable to find the class value as a testers talk. So this is the expected failure. Now I will go to the test now. So after the comma in this line number 3, so simply add the two flower brackets. That's the open and close flower brackets. So here inside that, simply we have to add the retries colon. Here we have to add the 1 or 2 or any value you can add it. So always it starts with the 0 value. So if I mention 1 here, so it will retry for the 2 times. So I have saved the test now. I will go back to the test runner once again and here I will rerun the test. So this time, so there will be a 2 attempts for running the same test because test is getting failed here. If test is getting passed, it will never retry for the second time. First time test is getting executed, and if you see here, so this is the first attempt. So it is trying to execute the same test in the second attempt. Here you can see that attempt 2. In the attempt 2 also, our test is getting failed. And if you see here count, so our test is getting failed. So that's the expected failure here. So if I pass the correct value here, so similar way you can even give the 2 as well. So it will try to execute the same test 3 times. And finally we will see how to pass the correct class value, and that time it will never re-execute the same test. That means it will never rerun the same test once again, because when test is getting passed, so it will never retry for the attempt. So now this, sorry guys, so this time it is trying to execute the same test 3 times. So if you see here, so this is attempt 2, and now it is trying to execute the same test in the attempt 3 also, because our test is getting failed here. So let's wait for a couple more seconds, and if you see here, so our test is getting failed. So this is an expected failure. So now this time I will pass the correct locator. So simply I will go here and I will copy the class value and I will put it inside the our test. So here I will add the class value, correct class value. So this time it will never retry the test automatically. So this retry approach will be invoking when test is getting failed. I will rerun the test once again. So this time there will be no attempts because our test is getting passed. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed, and also you can see that there are no more attempts. So this is how you can rerun the test automatically when test is getting failed in the Cypress automation framework. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to generate HTML report in the Cypress automation framework. So we will see how to generate the Mochasam HTML report in the Cypress automation framework. So these are the high level steps, guys. So it is very easy and simple. In the first step, we are installing the one plugin called Cypress Mochasam Reporter. Then in the step 2, we are going to add these 2 lines in the cypress.config.js file, and in the step 3, we are importing the Cypress Mochasam Reporter / register in the e2e.js file, and finally we are creating a multiple JavaScript spec files, and we are adding a multiple automation tests as well. And finally we are validating the index.html report is getting generated inside the reports and HTML folder. So let's start installing the plugin called Cypress Mochasam Reporter. So here I will go to the my project where exactly we have installed the Cypress, and here I have already installed in my case. So simply you need to use the command called npm space hyphen npm space I and space hyphen hyphen save hyphen dev space Cypress Mochasam hyphen reporter. So this particular command you need to execute it. So in my case I have already installed it just now. So I have re-executing the same command once again. So let's wait for a couple of seconds, and once the plugin got installed, so we will see the next steps. So it is taking a little bit of time. So let's wait for some time. And if you see here, so it is already up to date. So in my case, already Cypress Mochasam reporter plugin got installed. And just I will go to the document. So let's add these two lines inside the Cypress config file. So simply I will copy this particular line, first line, and I will go to the Cypress config file. So here I will go to the Cypress config file, sorry. And here I will open the cypress.config.js file, and I will add the reporter colon, followed by that I'm adding the value as Cypress Mochasam reporter. And in the similar way, let's add the another line of code, that is require Cypress Mochasam reporter slash plugin, and I will paste it inside the Cypress configuration file. So that's it, guys. Now we have installed the Cypress Mochasam reporter plugin, and we have added the two lines of code in the Cypress config file. Now, so we have to import this particular statement in the e2e.js file. So let's go to the JS file, that is under support folder. You will be finding the one file called e2e.js file. So here I will add the comment as Mochasam reporting. That's it. So here I'll say import, followed by that in the single quotation I will say Cypress Mochasam reporter slash. So we have here we have to enter the register. That's it, guys. So we are done with the step 1 to step 3. Now in the step 4 we have to create a multiple spec files, and we have to execute the spec files. So it is very easy. So here I will go to the my VS Code. So here I don't want to execute all these spec files. So here I'm creating one simple folder inside the E2E folder. So here I'm selecting the new folder, and here I'll say reporting tests. That's it. And I will go inside the smoke tests, and simply I will copy the two spec file, and I will paste it inside the reporting tests folder, and then I will rename the spec file name as suit1 tests for the first file, and in the similar way I will rename the another JS file. So here I'll say suit2 tests.js file. So here I'll say suit2 tests.cy.js. That's it, guys. Now I will go back to the once again first file. So here I will rename the test suit name as suit1 and test name as suit1 and test1. That's it, guys. Now I will go back to the second spec file, and here I will add the test suit name as suit2, and after that here I will add the test name as suit2 and test1. So inside the suit1 tests spec file, which has only one test, if you scroll down here, so it has only one test. And if I come back to the second spec file, so even it has the one test. So simply I will copy this test, and I will create another test. So here I will say test name as suit2 test2. So right now we are having the total 2 spec file and 3 tests. So inside the first spec file we have only one test, and inside the second spec file we are having the 2 tests. That's it, guys. We are done with creating the multiple JavaScript spec files where it has the total 3 automation tests. Now let's run all these spec files. So here I will go back to the folder, and I will open the command prompt. So simply I'm using the very basic commands which we have already seen in the previous Cypress tutorials. And here I'm just entering the npx followed by that Cypress, and I'm adding the run hyphen browser, and after that we have to provide the browser name as anything. You can give the Edge browser, Electron. So in my case I'm giving the Chrome, and after that I'm entering the two hyphen headed. So it will open the browser and it will execute. It will start executing the automation test. So basically it will not run your automation test in the headless mode. And after that I'm using the two hyphen spec and space in the double quotes. I'm providing the location of the all these spec files. So simply I will right click on the folder, and here I'll say copy relative path. That's it. So let's add the location of the spec file. And after that, once you added the location of the spec file, simply add the backslash and specify the star, and followed by that cy.js. That's it, guys. So here star indicates that any file name which has the extension of .cy.js. That's it, guys. Now let's run the automation test. And sorry guys, so here I have to enter the npx, and followed by that we have to enter the, so we have entered npm. So here I will add the npx, and then I will hit the enter. So that's a small change I have done. And if you look at here, so it is started listening, and also Chrome browser is opened, and it is already started executing the suit1 tests. So it has only one test. Then it will close the browser. So it has to execute the suit2 as well. And if you see here, it has launched the another time browser, and it has started executing the suit2 tests now. So it has total 2 tests. First test got executed, and it is executing the test 2 now. That's it, guys. And if you see the table here, so all the specs are passed. So we had total 3 tests, and all are getting passed. And if you see here above the table, this particular table, here you can see that. So index.html report is generated here inside the project where you are working. Inside that we have the Cypress folder. Inside the Cypress folder we have the reports. Under the reports we have the HTML, and inside the HTML folder we have the index.html report. Now let's go to the VS Code, and if you see here, so here we got the reports folder. So simply right click on that particular folder and reveal in File Explorer. And here I will go inside the reports folder, and I will go inside the HTML folder, and here we have the index.html report. So let's open the index.html report, and if you see here, so we had suit1 and suit2, and if you see on the right side, so the first one is total number of spec files. So if you see here, it is, so total number of spec files is equal to the total number of suit files, and after that we are having the number of tests, and after that you can find the total number of tests passed, and at last you can find the total number of tests failed here. So in our case it is 0, and if you select any of the test here, so you will find what are the steps it is got executed for this particular test 1. That's the suit 2 and test 1. And if I come down in the suit 1, if I click on the test, it will list down what are the commands it has executed and what are the steps this particular test is having also. And also you can see the total number of seconds or minutes. So it depends on the your suit. So currently our these two suit execution took the 56.4 seconds, right? So this is how we can generate the much awesome HTML report in the Cypress automation testing. In this Cypress video, we are going to see how to run multiple JavaScript spec files at once. So this is very easy, guys. So simply we have to use the npx command followed by that Cypress run hyphen browser and then browser name and hyphen spec. And after that, you can add a number of selected javascript.js file. That's the spec files. So here I will go to the VS Code. I will show you an example. So here I want to run the Cypress selectors test.cy.js file, and I will run the second file, that is a Cypress Xpath test.cy.js. So here I will open the command prompt. So just now I tried executing it. So we have to enter the first npx command followed by that Cypress and run, and after that we have to specify hyphen browser, and then we have to specify the browser name, and then we have to specify the hyphen spec. So in the double quotes we have to specify the file names. So simply right click on the respective JavaScript spec file and simply select the option as copy relative path and paste the file location. So that's the first file location. Now I will add the second spec file location. So here I will copy the relative path. That's it. And I will hit the enter. So it is throwing some error. So let's check the what exactly it is the error. So we have not provided a space here after the hyphen spec. So let's add the space here. That's it, guys. Now it should start executing the tests which are there inside the to spec file. And if you see here, so this is the Cypress version and our tests are getting executed in the headless mode of the Chrome browser version 117. So this is a node version what currently our Cypress is using. And if you see the specs here, so there are two spec file found. So if you look at here, so here we have passed two spec files. And after that, you can see the complete path of the JavaScript spec file. So this is the first spec file location and this is the second spec file location. So it will take some time because it has the UI scenario. So where we are navigating in the youtube.com and actually firstly we are navigating to the google.com Google page, and where from the Google page we are navigating to the one of the YouTube playlist. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. So it will currently it is executing the Cypress selectors test.cy.js file. And if you see here, so right now it is executing the first suit file. So it depends on the internet as well. So if your internet is faster, it will execute the test faster. So let's wait for a couple of seconds, then it will throw the all the results. And if you see here, so it has already executed the code. So I will go up. So firstly, it has executed the first spec file, that is a Cypress selector suit. So that's one of one. And here you can see how many tests are there. So only one test was there and that is getting passed. And after that, so this is a second suit, that is the Cypress Xpath suit, and it has only one test and that is getting passed. And at the end you can see the how many specs files are there, and each spec file wise you can see the whether test is passing or whether test is failing. So in our case we had two spec file and two tests, all the tests are getting passed here. And also you can see the duration of the test execution. So second test, it took the 14 seconds, and first test took the 25 seconds, right? So this is how you can execute the multiple JavaScript spec files in the Cypress automation testing. In this Cypress video, we are going to see how to group the tests and how to run the group of automation test suite. So it is very easy, guys. So this is an example here. So simply we have to use the npx command followed by that Cypress run hyphen browser, and then we have to add the browser name hyphen spec, and followed by that we have to provide the location of the any folder. So in this example, we have created a one folder called smoke tests, and followed by that, so we have the a number of .cy.js files. So here what I will do is simply I will go to the VS Code, and here I'm creating one folder called smoke test. So in the real-time applications, we might be creating a number of folders based on the models or based on the testing types. So it can be the smoke testing, sanity testing, or it can be the regression testing. So here I'm creating a one folder under the E2E folder called smoke test. So we have provided a folder name as smoke tests, and inside this I'm adding the two.cy.js files. So simply I will copy the Cypress selectors test.cy.js file, and I will add it inside the smoke tests folder. And in the similar way, I will copy the another .cy.js file, and I will add it inside the smoke tests folder. So here I will paste it. So here I will rename the file name as, so here I will add the file name as module1 test dot, so here I'll say tests.cy.js. In the similar way, I will update the another file which is there inside the smoke tests folder. So here I will give the file name as module2 dot, sorry, module2 tests.cy.js file. Sorry guys. So here I'll say module2. So let me modify the another file name also here. So here I'll say module1. So that's it guys. So currently we have created a one folder called smoke tests. Under that we have the two suite files. So let me modify the suite name also and test name also. So here I'll say module1 suite, and here I'll say module1 test. So that's it guys. Now I will go back to the another .cy.js file, and here I will add the module2, and the same name I will copy it and I'll paste it for the test name also. Here I will add the test name as module2 test. So that's it guys. So we are done with creating the one simple folder, and we are able to add the two spec files and which has the two tests. Now I will go back to the command prompt. So simply you can open the command prompt and you can do the cd command till this particular folder. So that means where your Cypress project is present. So here we will be executing this simple command here. So I will start with npx, and followed by that Cypress run hyphen browser. So we have to provide the browser name. Then here I'll say hyphen spec, and in the double quotes we have to specify the this particular folder name. So simply I will right click on this particular folder and I will click on the copy relative path. That's it. Add the relative path. Followed by that, we need to add the star here. So here I'm adding a star. So this is kind of regular expression to match all the files inside that particular folder or the particular directory. So right now we have the two files. It will pick all these two files for the test case execution. So we have written the simple expression here. So we have added the star. So star indicates that any file name which has the extension of .cy.js. So that's it, guys. So simply hit the enter now. So our test run started. So it will take some time, guys. So meanwhile, let's explore this particular table. So currently I'm using the Cypress 13.2.0 version, and currently our tests are getting executed in the Chrome version 117. So that's in the headless mode. Our automation tests are getting executed, and currently I'm using the node version 18.17.1 and spec file. So currently it is able to identify the two files under the smoke tests folder. So first one is module1 tests.cy.js file, and second one is module2.tests.cy.js file. So this is a complete path where exactly our spec files are present. So it will take some time. So currently it is executing the one of two. So first suit is getting executed. That's a module1 tests.cy.js file. Suit is getting executed right now. So it will take some time because automation test is related to the UI. So it will take a couple of seconds, guys. So let's wait for some more time, and then it will print all the results. And if you look at here, so it has executed all the automation tests. Let me scroll up here. So this is a model1 suit, and this is a model2 suit. And inside the model1, so we have only one test, and that is getting passed. And it took total 43 seconds to execute the automation test. And if I come to the model2 suit, so it has only one test, and that is getting passed. And this took the total 18 seconds to execute the automation test. And if I scroll down here, so all the spec files are listed here, and with respect to each spec file, so you can see how many tests are there and whether it is getting passed or failed. You can see here in this particular table. So we have only two spec file and two tests, and these two tests are getting passed here. So this is how you can group the test cases based on the module, based on the testing type, and you can start trigger the test case execution based on the demand or based on the need in the Cypress automation testing. Hi friends, this is Bakappa. Welcome to Cypress full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the Cypress full course. You can Google it with Bakappa and GitHub. And here you can go to the tester stock, Bakappa and GitHub, and our repositories. And here search with Cypress. And you will get the Cypress tutorial full course. Go inside that particular repository. And here you can simply click on the code. And by using this URI, you can get the whole repository code in your local machine. Hi friends, this is Bakappa. So far you have seen how to get started with Cypress and how to use the Cypress Studio to record and playback the automation test. And you have seen how to create the first Cypress automation test, how to create the logs, how to run your test on the different browsers, and how to run your test in the headless mode. And also you have seen how to use the Intellisense auto code completion and you have seen how to write the different ways of assertions, different ways of selectors or the CSS selectors in the Cypress, and how to use the Xpath in the Cypress, and how to work with dropdowns and iframes. And also you have seen how to scroll up and down in the Cypress. And also you have seen how to implement hooks in the Cypress and how to repeat a particular automation test to check the stability of an application, to check the stability of the automation script. And also you have seen how to auto retry failed automation test and how to generate the HTML report in the Cypress. And in this Cypress tutorial full course chapter 4, we are going to see what is data driven testing and how to implement the data driven testing in the Cypress, where I have discussed how to read the test data from the JSON file and how to pass the multiple sets of test data to the automation test. And next we are going to see what is page object model and how to implement page object model in the Cypress automation framework. And at the end, we are going to see how to record the automation test execution in the Cypress. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to perform data-driven testing in the Cypress automation framework. So here I'm creating two tutorials on the data-driven testing. The first part is on how to perform the data-driven testing using the JSON file. And in the part 2, we are saying how to pass the multiple sets of test data to the test cases. So let's discuss part 1, how to pass the test data from the JSON file. So let's look at the manual scenario first. So here I will go to the google.com and I will search for the JavaScript by tester stock. And after that, so simply I will take the some part of this URL and I will open the another tab and I'll paste it here. So this is a URL what we are using. So we will navigate to the this URL and we will inspect the search text box and we will clear out the existing text and we will enter the new text here, and after that we are clicking on the search icon. So basically in this search text box we are entering the test data from the JSON file. So here I will navigate to the VS Code. So let's write a simple script that will read the test data from the JSON file and it will pass on to the automation test. So inside the E2E folder, I'm creating a one file called data-driven testing1 dot cy.js. That's it, guys. So let's create a test suite first. So by using the describe, we can create a test suite. So here we have to add the suite name as data-driven test suite. That's it. And after that, I will put the comma, and here I will add the arrow function, and I will open the curly brace, and I will close the curly brace. Sorry, guys. Now, in the similar way, let's add the test by using the it keyword. So here I will say it, and here I will add the test name as data-driven test. So here I'll add the test 1 because in the part 2 we will add the test 2. That's it, guys. Now I will add the comma and then here I will add the arrow function. Then I will open the brace and I will close it. Now, firstly, let's navigate to the URL by using the cy command. So here I'm adding cy.visit, and in the single quotation we can add the URL. So let's take the URL first. So this is the URL where we have to navigate. And after navigating to that particular URL, we have to identify this particular search text box. Simply inspect the element And if you see here, which has the tag name as text area and which has the multiple attributes. So here I'm using the type equal to search. So here I'm firstly pressing the Control F, and then I'm adding the tag name first, text area, followed by that in the square brackets I'm adding the attribute name and then value. So here I'll say search. That's it. So we are able to identify the search text box. So it is highlighting that particular element, and also here you can see that it is matching with only one element. Simply copy the selector, and here we have to use the cy.get. Let's add the selector here. So we want to clear the first text here. So that's the reason I'm calling the method called clear. So after clearing the text from the search text box, we want to enter the data. So I will use the same element by using that. So here I'm calling another method called type. I want to type the some data. So as of now, I will hard code the value. Then in another few minutes, we will read the test data from the JSON file, and we will pass that particular data from the JSON file to the this particular line. So here I will say API testing by tester stock. That's it, guys. Now, after entering the text, so we have to click on the this particular search icon. So let's inspect the search icon as well. And if you see here, so let me refresh the page here, and then I will inspect the search icon. And if I go a little bit up here, so we have the one tag called button. So tag name is button here. And if you look at the attributes also, so there are multiple attributes. So here I'm using the attribute called type equal to submit. So let's add the, by using the tag name and attribute name, we are going to identify the search icon. So tag name is button. So let's add the button. Followed by that, so we have to use the attribute name, and then we have to add the attribute value as submit. That's it, guys. So if you look at here, so it is matching with the search icon. So let's copy the selector, and then we have to click on this particular search icon by using the Cypress command. So let's use the cy.get, and here I will add the selector value, and then I will call to the click method. That's it, guys. Now let's validate this particular test in the Cypress Test Runner. Then we will create a simple test data file. So that's a JSON file, and we will add this particular test data in the JSON file, and we will read this data from the JSON file. So let's validate this test is working fine or not now. So here I will go to the test runner, and I will refresh the page. Then I will select the spec file here, what we have created just now. So if you see here, so we have created a data driven testing one. So our test is running currently, and if you see here, already it has cleared it, and also it has entered the API testing by tester stock, and also it has clicked on the search icon, and also here you can see the respective results also. Now let's create a simple JSON file under the fixtures folder. So if you see here, so already there is an existing file called example.json. So in the similar way, if you see the example.json file, so where it has specified only key name and respective value here, right? In the similar fashion, so let's create a one JSON file under the fixtures folder. So here I will right click on the folder, and here I'll say new file. I will give the file name as data driven testing one.json. That's it. So here I will open and close the flower brackets, and then I will add the key and value. So here I'll say skill1 colon, and I will add the value as JavaScript by testers talk. And then I will add another key and value. So here I'll say key name as channel, and here I will add the value as testers talk. That's it, guys. So like this, you can add n number of keys and respective values. So here I will do a small modification. So as we are already searching here with the JavaScript by tester stock, so I will pass the test data differently here. So here I'll say API testing by tester stock. So that's it, guys. So our test data file is ready. Now I will go back to the our JavaScript spec file. So here I'm adding one hook called before. So inside the before, I will add the name of the before code block as run before all test, and then I will put the comma. Then I will add the arrow function. Then I will open the flower bracket and I will close it. So inside the before hook, so we are going to read the this particular JSON file and the test data, and finally we will be using the test data from the JSON file in the our automation test. So inside the before hook, what you need to write is, so cy dot, you need to call to the method called fixture. So inside the fixture, you need to pass the file name. So simply I will take the file name here. That's it. And I will add it here. And after that, once you added the file name of the test data file, so simply call the another method called then. And here we will be saving this particular JSON file test data in the variable. So here I will say the variable name as JSON test data. And then I will add the arrow function. Then I will open the flower bracket and I will close it. That's it, guys. So here in this particular variable, that's the JSON data, which has the test data of the JSON file. Now, so we have to assign this particular JSON data to the one of the variable. So that's the reason here I'm creating one variable called let test data. That's it. So simply I will assign this particular JSON data to the test data variable. So I will copy this variable name here, and here I will assign the JSON data to the test data. That's it, guys. Now by using the test data, we can access the data which is there inside the JSON file. So simply we have to use the variable called test data dot key name. So I will copy the test data variable name, and I will come back to the line number 17 where we are currently hard coding the test data. So simply I will delete the test data here, and I will add the variable name dot. So here we have to add the key name. So in our case, the key name is, so we want to pass the API testing by tester stock, right? So in this case, key name is skill1, sorry. So simply I will pass the, after the test data dot, I will pass the key name here. That's it. And this time, if I execute the test, right, it should pass the this particular test data to the automation test. Now let's run the test from the Cypress Test Runner. So here I will go to the test runner and I will click on the run all test. So this time we should be able to read the test data from the JSON file, and also we should be able to pass the test data to the our automation code. So at the end, in the Google search text box, we are passing the API testing by tester stock, and also you can see the test status. It is working perfectly fine. Now this time, let us search with the Postman by tester stock. So here I will update the test data as Postman by tester stock. Again, I will rerun the Cypress test. So this time we should be able to search in the Google search box with the postman by tester stock. So if you see here, so our test is perfectly working fine. And also here you can see the test status also. Our test is getting passed. So this is how you can perform the data-driven testing in the Cypress automation framework. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to perform the data-driven testing with the multiple sets of test data. In the previous Cypress tutorial, I have discussed how to read the test data from the JSON file and how to pass the test data to the automation test. So this time we will see how to pass the multiple sets of test data to the automation test. So let me go to the VS Code, and before we do anything here, so let me explain you the manual scenario first. In the previous tutorial, we have automated the one flow. So we navigated to the this particular URL, and after that we are clearing the Google search text box, and here we are entering something again in the Google search text box, and then we are clicking on the search icon. So we'll see how to pass the multiple sets of test data in this particular search text box, and after that we are clicking on the search icon. So that is the manual flow, guys. So we'll see how to pass the multiple sets of test data in this text box. So that is the main goal of the data driven testing with the multiple sets of test data. So here simply I will copy the one JS file, that is data driven testing one, and I will paste it inside the UTE folder. So here I will rename the file as data driven testing 2.cy.js. So here I will rename the suite name as data driven testing. So data driven test suite 2, and in the similar way I will update the test name as data driven test 2. So I will delete all this stuff which is not required. So that's it, guys. So coming to the code side, so here we are navigating to the URL, and here we are clearing the search text box, and then we are entering the test data from the JSON file by using the test data dot key name, and then finally we are clicking on the search icon in the Google page. Now this is all about the test. Now let's create the test data, and we will come back to the data driven testing 2.cy.js file. So here I will go to the fixtures folder, and I will copy the JSON file which we have created in the previous session. So I will paste it in the same folder, and I will rename the file with the data driven testing 2.json file. So here I will open the data driven testing 2.json file. So previously we have added only one JSON object here. To add the multiple JSON object, so you need to add the square brackets before starting the JSON object. So this is nothing but the array of JSON objects. So every JSON object is separated by the comma. So here I will put comma, and I will copy the whole JSON object once again. So like this I will add another two JSON object. So firstly, in the Google search text box, we are searching with the postman by tester stock. So second time we are going to search with the API testing by tester stock, and third time we are going to search with the JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it, guys. So we are done with creating the three sets of test data. So here one JSON object is nothing but the one set of test data here. So that's it, guys. So I'm going to close this particular file, and now I will come back to the data driven testing 2.cy.js file. So here what you need to do is, in this spec file, in the very first line, so here I'm declaring one variable called const JSON data. And for this variable, I'm assigning the test data from this particular JSON file. That is the tested, data driven testing 2.json file. So how I can read that particular file is, it is very simple. So here I'm using the one keyword called required. So inside the required, I'm going to pass the 2 dot followed by slash, and we have to pass the folder name now. So our JSON test data file is present inside the fixtures folder. So that's the reason here I'm selecting the fixtures. So 2 dot is nothing but the current folder. And followed by that, we have to specify the our file name. So here I will get the file name by right clicking on the file name. So here I'll say rename, and I will select the file name, and I will add the file name over here. That's it, guys. Now this particular variable, that's the JSON data, which has the all the test data from the this particular JSON file. Now we have to iterate one by one all these JSON objects by using the for each loop. So here I will go back to the spec file. So before the sorry guys. So before the our automation test, I'm writing one for each loop. So by using the JSON data, here I'm writing for each. So here I will simply delete this part, and after that, so after reading this particular test data, so I am going to store it in the one of the variable called test data. So that's it, guys. Now this particular variable test data has the all the test data from the our JSON file. So simply I will take the our automation code, that is automation test, and I will put it inside the for each code block. So that's it, guys. Now to access the data, so we have to use the this particular variable, that is a test data dot key name. If you look at the line number 13, so already we are using the test data variable dot key name. So this key name is present inside the our JSON test data file. If you look at here in the first JSON object, so we have the key name, and in the second JSON object we have the key name, and also we have the key name in the third JSON object also, right? So that's it, guys. So this is what the code changes you need to do it in the spec file and about the test data. Now we will go back to the Cypress Test Runner, and this time in the first time it has to pass the any of this particular test data. So basically it will run the this one test 3 times. So first time it will pass the postman by tester stock, that means it will pass the first object, and second time it will pass the second JSON object, and in the third time it will pass the third JSON object. Now I will go back to the test runner, and let's refresh the page, and we will get the spec file here, and we will run the test once again. So if you look at here, guys, so already it has created the 3 tests based on the number of sets test data we have in the JSON file. So firstly it is searching with the postman by tester stock in the Google search text box, and now it is running the same test with the second set of test data, and this time it is searching API testing by tester stock, and in the third time it is going to search with the JavaScript by tester stock. So this is how we can perform the data driven testing with the multiple sets of test data in the Cypress automation framework. In this Cypress tutorial, we are going to see how to implement page object model design pattern in the Cypress automation framework. So let's understand why POM is required, why page object model is required in the Cypress automation framework. For example, if you look at the below diagram, in the line number 7, we have added the one selector, and in the line number 11, line number 13, 15, and so on. And if you look at the selectors, right, So we are adding the selectors manually in the automation test only. So suddenly tomorrow developer comes and changes to the DOM. What happens? So all the DOM elements and tag details and attributes will be getting changed, right? So in that case, if you are having 100 automation tests, so you need to go through all the 100 automation tests and you need to update all these locators manually. So that will be a very tedious task for maintaining and managing the automation test. So that's the reason you need to use the page object model design pattern in the Cypress automation testing. So let's understand what is page object model first. So page object model is a design pattern to create a object repository for the web page elements. And for each web page, there will be a corresponding page class, and page class contains the all the web page elements of that particular page, and also it contains the methods which will perform the action on the web page elements. Say for example, we have the login page. So in that login page, so we have the username, password, and login button. So all these three elements will be stored in the single page called login page. And if I want to log in into the application, so I will be creating a simple method that will enter the username, password, and it will click on the login button. So this everything will be done in a single page called login page. So like this, based on your applications, you need to create a respective page classes, and you need to store all the web page elements, and also you need to implement the all the abstraction methods in the same page class. And coming to the advantages of using the page object model. So code will be more cleaner, and also it is easy to understand. And page object repository is independent of the automation test. And the third advantages of using the POM. So test script will be optimized because we have the abstraction methods in the page classes. And coming to the disadvantages of POM, that's the disadvantages of page object model, time and effort. And the second one is it is specific to the particular project. Say for example, I have implemented a page object model for the one of the project. So I cannot use that page object model in the other project. So that's the another disadvantage of using the page object model. Now let's look at the sample page object model pages and test how exactly it looks like in the Cypress automation framework. So if you look at the folder structure, so we have created a one folder called pages. Inside that we have created a three JS file. One is homepage.js, second one is playlist page.js, and third page we have created result page.js. And also we have created a one sample page object model test here. And let's look at the skeleton of the page object model page. So this is a typical any page looks like. So here we have created a class called homepage, and inside that we are adding the elements which has the all the elements. And if you look at in the line number 8 and line number 12, so these are the two abstraction methods for the home page. So like this you can create a number of pages in the your project. And at the end we are using the model.exports, and we are assigning the current page object. So whenever I'm using this particular class in the, say for example, we have to use this particular page in the automation test. So simply I'm importing this particular home page, and this will returns me the object of the current page. So if I go down a little bit down, so here we have the sample page object model test here. So here we are importing the all the pages. And if you see here, by using the home page or result page, or by using the playlist page, so these are the reference variables. By using these reference variables, we are calling to the respective methods. If you look at in the line number 10, line number 13, so these are the some reference variables. By using the reference variables, simply we are calling to the respective page abstraction methods. And at the end, we are validating whether playlist title is same or not. So this is how you can create the page object model approach in the Cypress automation testing. So let's quickly look at the practical example of the page object model in the Cypress automation framework. Let's discuss the manual scenario first, and we will come back here and we will create all the pages, and also we will create the page object automation test. The manual scenario is very simple. So we are navigating to the youtube.com, and here we will search with the API testing by tester stock. Then we will get the one playlist, and we need to click on that particular playlist. And after that, once we go inside the playlist, we have to validate the playlist title. So in this scenario, right, so we have to create total 3 pages. One is, so this is a home page, and here I'm searching with the API testing by testers talk. So this is the result page, and in this result page we need to click on the API testing by testers talk, and that's it. And here we have to validate the title of this particular playlist. So now I will go back to the VS Code, and here we will create the first pages. So here I'm adding a one folder called pages, and inside the pages folder I'm adding 3 JS files. First one is homepage.js, and second one is result page.js, and the third one is playlist page.js. So that's it, guys. We have created all the 3 pages now. In this home page, so what we have to do is simply we have to search with the keywords, and in this result page we have to click on the playlist, and in the playlist page we have to simply validate the title of the playlist. Now let's create a simple test inside the E2E folder. So here I will select the new file, and here I'm adding the file name as page object tests.cy.js. That's it, guys. Now here I will add a simple test suite by using the describe keyword, and here I will add the test suite name as page object test suite, and here I will add the arrow function, and then I will open and close the flower brackets. So inside this describe block, I'm creating one test case by using the it block. So here we have to provide the test name. So here I'm adding the test name as page object test1, and followed by that I'm adding a function arrow here, or arrow function you can say. So that's it, guys. Now this is the test what we have created. So this is a simple skeleton of the test suite and test. And now, so here we are performing total 4 steps. In the first step, so we need to navigate to the YouTube. So here I'll say open YouTube, and then so we need to search with the keywords in the youtube.com, search in YouTube. So that's the second step, and we need to click on the playlist. So here I'll say go to playlist, and finally we are validating the playlist title. So that's it, guys. Now, so let's go to the very first page, that is called home page. So here I'm writing one class called homepage. That's it. And inside this particular class, so first I will create the elements. Here I will add the elements variables, and here I will assign all the elements to the elements variable here. So firstly I will specify the variable name. So we want to firstly save the selector of this particular search text box, and then we want to click on the search icon. So here I'm creating total 2 variables. First one is search text box, and followed by that here I will say colon, and followed by that I will say the arrow function, and then here I'll say cy dot get, and inside the get we have to add the selector value. That's it guys, and I will put the comma, and in the similar way we will add the another element called search icon. So here I will say the variable name is search icon. Now let's inspect the search text box, and we will add the selector value here, and also we will inspect the search icon and we will add the selector value over here. That's it. I will go back to the web page now, and I will inspect the element. So it has lots of attributes and values. I'm identifying this element by using the attribute as name. So name is equal to search query. So simply I will copy this particular attribute and value. So I will write attribute and value within the square brackets. So it is highlighting that particular search text box. So simply I will copy the selector and I will paste it inside the get method. Now let's do it similar way for the search icon also. I will inspect the search icon. So if you see here, so if I scroll a little bit up here, right? So we are finding the one button tag. So inside the button we are having the YT-icon. First I will identify this particular button by using the ID, and I will focus on the next tag, that is YT-icon. So I will copy this particular ID. So that is the search icon legacy, and in the Xpath I will add the hash followed by ID, and followed by that we want to specify the one tag name called YT-icon. If you see here, so we are able to identify that particular element by using the ID followed by the tag name. Simply I will copy this selector and I will add it inside here. So that's it guys. So we are done with identifying the elements. Now, so here I'm creating one simple method called search in YouTube. And inside this particular method, I will use all these elements. By using these elements, I will perform the action. So firstly here I'll say this. So this refers the current class variables, and followed by that I'm adding the elements. So that is nothing but elements, and dot. So here I'm using the very first element, that is the search text box. And so this is the method. So that's the reason I'm adding the method. So by using this particular search text box, we want to enter some data in the search text box. So that's the reason here I'm calling method called type. And here I will add the keyword. So here I'll say API testing by tester stock. That's it guys. Now we need to click on the search icon. In the similar way, I will use this keyword dot elements dot search icon, and followed by that simply I will add the action as click. I have the element, then I will perform the click operation. That's it guys. So we are done with creating the elements and one abstraction method. So before that we need to navigate to the this youtube.com. So that's the reason I'm adding another abstraction method inside the home page only. So here I'm adding the method name as visit, and inside the visit I'm using the Cypress command cy dot. I'm calling the method called visit. So let's add the URL here. So I will copy the URL and I'll add the URL over here. That's it guys. So we are done with creating a class which has the elements and abstraction methods. Now at the end what we have to do is, so we need to add the export option which will return the current page class object. So here I'll say module dot exports, and here we have to assign the current class object. That's it guys. So we are done with the very first page, that is a home page. So let's do it similarly for the result page, and playlist page. So simply I will copy this whole skeleton and I'll paste it inside the result page and playlist page also. So I will come back to the result page first. So here I will rename the class name as result page, and then I will remove all these abstraction methods, and at the end I will specify the class name. So we are passing the current class page object. That's it, guys. So let's identify in the result page what we have to do is, so we need to say, for example, if I search with API testing by tester stock. So here we are getting the playlist, right? So simply we have to click on this particular playlist. So that's the reason I will inspect this particular playlist. So if I inspect this particular playlist, so inside the span tag, we have multiple attributes and values. So here I'm using the title equal to API testing by tester stock. So I will simply take this attribute and value, and here I will go to the Xpath or a CSS selector, and inside the square brackets I will add the attribute and value. So it is highlighting the API testing by tester stock playlist. So simply I will copy this particular selector and I will go back to the VS Code. So here I will simply delete the all this selector, and here I will add the in the result page I'm adding the variable name, that's the element name as playlist. So we are adding the playlist selector value. So simply I will add the playlist selector value over here. So in this result page, just we need to click on the this particular playlist. That's it, guys. So we have to implement one method, that is here I'll say go to playlist. So inside this particular go to playlist method, so here I will use this that refers to the current class and elements. Followed by that, I'm using the our selector playlist, and followed by that, simply we have to click on that particular playlist. So that's the reason here I'm calling the playlist, sorry, click method. After clicking on that particular playlist, so simply we have to validate the title of this particular playlist in the playlist page. So here I will go back to the our final page, that is a playlist page. So simply I will delete all this stuff, and here I will update the firstly class name as playlist page, and in the similar way I will return the current page object at the end of the class. And here simply we will inspect the element and we will add the locator over here, and here I will add the variable name as playlist title. That's it, guys. So let's inspect the playlist title. So simply I will inspect the playlist title and I will come over here. So if you look at this particular tag, right, so this is the anchor tag, and if I go a little bit up, so we are having the one div tag which has the header description. So simply I will use this ID, followed by that I will specify the h3 tag, and followed by that I will specify the YT formatted string tag, and then finally I will add the anchor tag. So here I will use the hash followed by the value and then greater than symbol. So here we have to add the h3. So if I hit enter, so right now it is highlighting the element, and followed by that simply I will copy the another tag which is a subtag of the h3. So simply I will add the another tag name, and inside this tag we have the one anchor tag. And if you see here, so right now it is matching with 1 of 1, and also it is highlighting the playlist name. So simply I will copy this particular selector. So we need to validate this particular playlist title is correct or not. I will go back to the VS Code and here I will add the selector. That's it guys. So we are done with creating all the pages. First one we have created a home page. Second one we have created a result page. Third one we have created a playlist page. Now we need to utilize all these pages in the page object tests, right? So here I will go back to the page object tests. So firstly we need to import all the pages in the top of the JS file. So here I'll say import, followed by that here I will say the reference variable name. So here I'll say home page, and then followed by that you need to add the from keyword. In the single quotation, just add the two dots that refers to the current root folder. Followed by that, we have the E2E folder, and inside the E2E folder, we have the pages folder, and inside the pages folder, we have the homepage.js class. In the similar way, let's import the another two pages. So here I will say import, then I will say variable name as result page, and followed by that from. In the single quotation, I'm adding two dots, followed by that E2E and slash pages slash result page. Let me add the final import. So we will import the playlist page. So here I'll say playlist page, and then from. In the single quotation, I'm adding the path of the page class. So finally here we have to say playlist page. That's it guys. So we have created all the pages and we have imported all the pages in the our automation test in our automation test JS file. So by using the home page, so firstly we need to navigate to the YouTube. If I go to the home page, so here we have written a simple abstraction method, so which is navigating to the youtube.com. So that's the reason I'm using the reference variable of the home page, and here I'm saying visit. So this will go to the youtube.com, and after that we need to search for the keywords. So that abstraction method is implemented inside the home page only. So if you look at here, so here we have implemented one method called search in YouTube. So let's call this particular method by using the home page object dot search in YouTube. That's it. Now we need to click on the playlist, right? To click on the playlist, we need to use the result page. If you see the result page, so here we have implemented one method called go to playlist. So simply I will use the result page object, then here I'm calling method called go to playlist, and then finally we need to validate the title of the playlist. So we will add this step a little later. So let's validate the test whether it is working fine or not. Now I will go back to the our Cypress Test Runner, and I will refresh the page, and I'll come down and we will select the JS file which we have created just now. If you see here, so we have the page object tests JS file. So let's verify the test and we will add the validation. So right now tests are loading. So let's wait for some time. If you look at the test suite, right? So it has started executing our test. So again, it is got refreshed. It is reloading it. Firstly, it is navigated to the youtube.com. Then it has to search with the EPA testing by tester stock. So it started entering the keyword and also clicked on the search icon, and also it is going to the particular playlist, right? And also our test is getting passed. So let's verify this title is correct or not. So I will get the title first. I'll copy the title name and in the line number 19. So here I'm using the playlist page which has the our selector. If you look at the page, so this is where we have added the our selector. So by using this selector, we will get the element and we will validate with the expected value. So here I'm using the playlist page dot elements. Inside the elements, we have the playlist title. And then here I'm calling another method called should. So this will validate the text, that is the expected test and the actual test. In the single quotation, so here I'm adding have dot text, basically which will compare the actual and expected result. So here we are adding the expected result also, API testing by tester stock. So this is what the playlist name currently we have. So this time our test should get pass because actual and expected results are matching here. And next time we will pass the incorrect expected value. That time it will fail. So let's rerun the test. So it is started searching in the YouTube with the API testing by tester stock. It is navigated to the playlist. And also you can see our test is getting passed. And also our assertion is also getting passed. Now this time I will pass the incorrect expected value. So here I will say just API testing tester stock. So this time expected and actual value will be not matching and our test will get failed. So like this you can create n number of tests by using the page object model. So right now it is navigated to the youtube.com and it is searching with the API testing by tester stock. It is navigated to the playlist and finally here you can see that. So here we have the assertion failure and here you can see that. So there is a mismatch in the actual and expected value. So this is how you can create the page object model in the Cypress automation testing. In this Cypress video, we are going to see how to record the test execution in the Cypress automation framework. So it is very simple. So we have to set the video flag to true in the Cypress configuration file. And let's do this configuration. And after that, we will execute the one simple automation test in the Cypress and we will validate whether we are able to generate the test execution video or not. So here I will navigate to the VS Code and I will open the cypress.config.js file. So here after the line number 6, I'm adding the one flag called video colon true. That's it guys. So I will close the configuration file and then so we will run the data driven testing 2.cy.js file. For this particular data driven test, so we are passing three sets of test data. So these three sets of test data we are passing on to the data driven testing 2.cy.js file. Now we will execute this particular spec file from the command prompt. So simply I will open the command prompt and here I have already navigated to the this particular folder. And here simply you type npx followed by Cypress run -- browser and here we have to provide the browser name -- headed. So we are adding -- headed because we want to see the execution in the UI. And followed by that, we have to specify the spec file. And in the double quotes, we have to specify the spec file. So simply I will right click on the JS file and here I will say copy relative path. That's it. And here I will add the spec file. Then I will hit the enter. So it will opens up the browser and it will start executing the data-driven suite. So we are passing 3 sets of test data. So same test case will run 3 times. So if you see here, so it is loaded with the 3 tests. So because of the test data what we are passing from the JSON file. So firstly it is running with the first set of test data. And it is waiting for some time and it started with the second execution where it is passing the second set of test data. So in my case, internet is a bit slow. That's the reason it is taking a little bit of time. And it started executing the third time, same test case with the third set of test data. Once the execution is completed, we should be able to see the test execution recorded video. So that's it, guys. So if you look at the our command prompt also, so we ran only one spec file which has the 3 test cases. In the sense we are passing the 3 set of test data. And if you see above here, video output. So this is where exactly test execution recorded video is generated. So that is within the our framework Cypress folder, and inside that it has created a videos folder, and inside the videos folder by the spec name we should be able to find the .mp4 video. So if you go to the VS Code, so previously this videos folder was not present, now it has created it. Let's go to the location where exactly it is present. And if I open the videos folder, and here we are having the MP4 video of the test case execution. So let's open the video now. And if you see here, so firstly it is running the test by passing the first set of test data. That's it, guys. So if you see here, if I forward the video, you can see the recording of the data-driven testing test case execution. So this is how we can enable the video recording of the test case execution in the Cypress automation framework. Hi friends, this is Bakappa. Welcome to Cypress full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the Cypress full course. You can Google it with Bakappa and GitHub. And here you can go to the tester stock, Bakappa and GitHub, and our repositories. And here search with Cypress. And you will get the Cypress tutorial full course. Go inside that particular repository. And here you can simply click on the code. And by using this URI, you can get the whole repository code in your local machine.